Hey guys, welcome back to my channel, and today we're gonna go and take a look at the shareholder documents that we have. I was about to actually wear a very nice shirt and probably suits and tie, but I just realized I just got so fat that I couldn't fit at any of them. So what I decided to do instead is not do anything, but we're just gonna Empire versus Rebel. So we're now gonna be the Rebel. We're gonna fight against this Empire and take a look at see what is this really about, right? So if you guys don't really know, okay, let me just stop being weird and just share this thing. This is actually from the 3D partner. If you can see here, you will know this from a 3D partner. This is a group from, I think it's based on Singapore from what I know. Actually bought a lot of shares from Square Enix. So they now, actually I think they started from like probably 8% or something like that, but now they actually bought more, and they actually got around like 15% of Square Enix shareholders. They are like 15% of the Square Enix shareholders. I think, yeah, did I phrase that right? I think you guys get what I'm trying to say. And so even before that, so the whole thing actually happened, I think it's like between this year around May. It was like a very recent thing. And then they came out with this thing right here, this document thing. And from what I understand, this document thing was, I'm not pretty sure if there's a date or anything here, but there's the date where it's, they didn't say any date, but from what I heard is like they actually prepared all of this and they actually presented to Square Enix in September. And if you guys pay some attention to what is happening to Square Enix recently, you guys might know that they actually been taking some movement and some steps that they're already been doing some of the things that's inside this presentation itself. And of course I would not agree that they just gotta like follow 100% with whatever it is being, you know, presented here, right? They probably have like, you know, like a good thing and a bad thing, you know. It's always got a pro and cons and stuff with stuff like this. So at the end of the day, this is my take before we really go into the documents and stuff. I think Square Enix is a video game company. So at the end of the day, the most important thing is make a very fun video games. And Square Enix started off with a very fun, small little project with, I think like a few people. And I think like Square Enix themselves, they probably existed, but it's more like a, from what I saw and heard in interview, it was like more like a circle. I'm not pretty sure. Sakuru in English, I think it's like a club, like, you know, like a university club or like a school club. So instead of like a real company, it's more like something like that. They did make video games even back in the time, from what I heard. And then in that time, like Nobuo Uematsu did go in and out as a freelance and like as a part-time, and he was really young. And therefore, from what my understanding with Square was, there was this place, but it's more casual. And then one day they wanted to make it into a proper company, which there is where Nobu Sakaguchi, like, you know, invite Nobuo Uematsu to come in and, you know, officially, like, you know, to come into Square officially. And that's where it started. And of course, Square Enix is a merged company from Square, which is Square and Enix, which is, you know, the company that make Dragon Quest and whatnot. And then somehow they merge up together and they become Square Enix, because Square was more on Final Fantasy. I think back in the day they probably kind of fought against each other, right? It was like a rival thing, but they decided to merge and become one best thing, I would say, right? So here is the thing, right, with this document thing that I felt like so what I mean is, like, you know, bear in mind is just that I think my take on this is that at the end of the day, we are not trying to please shareholders. We're not trying to please what I think Square Enix should think about. We are trying to please players. Yes, money is fine. You have a company to run. You got to pay your people and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, if the consumers don't consume, there's nothing to be purchased, right? So there's nothing to be sell. So that's the thing. Okay, so let's start it up with this, right? Like, so I'm gonna read up some and the stuff. I think like all this stuff I want to read in Japanese and English as well, because all this, like, it was never just an entertainment. What Square once brought to life was a culture that shaped an era in an industry that fascinated the world. This is what they claim here, right? Look at this. We got like magazines and Gangan talking about Dragon Quest. We got people cosplaying about Dragon Quest even back in the day, right? Yeah, just having fun. Dragon Quest, when it was on sale, I remember everybody was talking about this story where Dragon Quest 3 was so popular that they always sold out. And this was the time, right? Everybody just queuing for Dragon Quest 3. It was like the insane moment for Dragon Quest 3. It was like this huge era of, for people who live in Japan, they know that, you know, it was just crazy. Like, I think it's like a Final Fantasy 7 for global, but it's like Dragon Quest 3 for Japan, and everybody was like just buying Dragon Quest 3. And if you listen to a lot of the interviews and stuff, this title itself really did, you know, stay in the memories of a lot of people. I think that's one of the reasons. Was that a Dragon Quest 3 remake thing? They did actually make a remaster or remake or something like that, right? From what I understand, I'm not pretty sure though. But yeah, so, you know, it was never entertainment. It was like really like a culture that shaped the era industry. I totally agree with this. This is what usually happens, right? 単なる娯楽ではなかった。かつてスクエアエニックスが生み出したものは時代を動かす。Oh, it moved the era. It moved the times. 文化であり、世界を引きつける産業だった。Yeah, I think it's pretty on spot of the translation there. So yeah, you know, people just gathering around. Holy shit, look at this, right? They are like a culture point on certain type of people. But today, that's where it comes in. But you know what? I'm kind of actually concerned with this. There are a few like YouTube channels that probably they just watch and they got their information from those channels, and they just decided to implement those. Like in this, what he says, like, what can we do in order to save or in order to sell Final Fantasy 17? Use lesser movie, because Final Fantasy 16 is basically just movie Final Fantasy, right? And I think that's what it is. Pass it back to Nintendo. This is definitely just a rage bait. I don't think this is right. Like, bear in mind, this is like a Singaporean company, so I don't agree with this at all. They use this. I think this is some rage baity YouTube channel that made this video, and then they just share that, like, because this is like one of the complaint from one of the creators. I'll guess. Hostキャラをやめてほしい. Like, stop with the host looking character, which is like, you know, character with this kind of hairstyle and shit like that. Like, dude, what are you talking about? This is one of the popular shit that people like about Square Enix. Fuck off these YouTube videos. I don't know where the hell is this from though. It's not job gameに戻してくれ. So return back to a job, like 5 job system or something? I don't know, man. But you know what? This is just like a thumbnails from like some you know, YouTube channel and stuff like that. It's just the same thing if I say something and then people just take me for seriously and then present it in a shareholder meeting or whatever that is. So it could be that's the case. But yeah, you know, so we go on with this, like, but today, is Square Enix really giving birth to something genuinely new, or has Square Enix turned away from challenges before it and let its step falter? Like, this is a topic that everybody's talking about today, right? Like, to be honest, in the Japanese, it's actually written quite harshly. Like, 本気で新しい何かを生み出しているのだろうか? You know, it's like, are you guys seriously putting out something new or something like that? Like, you know, so they had this. So I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, it is true. But if you say that, I feel like every Final Fantasy is still very unique to this day. Like if you ask that question, generally new, yeah, ATB system with action. Wasn't that new? Wasn't that like we never seen before? It got like an ATB system, and then it got like an action play. Like Final Fantasy VII Remake was really making like a very good like comeback, I would say, because that battle system itself was really that good. So, but a lot of the thing around here, it's all based on a YouTube video, so that's what I'm kind of worried about, right? So so yeah, you know, like Square Enix Yabai, this is like, oh shit, the Square Enix situation, you know, like, oh, it's bad or something like that. So this is like this thing costs 130 I think probably this one cost like $100 million or something, and then this one just died. This game just died, and then this game only sold around 3 million copy. I don't understand why is it only. It's sold more than 3 million copy in my opinion though. And then this one is already being sold for half a price, you know, and they said that you know, they just say like the change of it, right? And yeah, so we know this for Square Enix, every challenge has always been a chance, the power to overcome countless obstacles and bring forth works that felt like miracles to the world. I don't understand what you're trying to say. スクエアエニックスにとって課題にいつもチャンスだったことを。So there's a team for Square Enix all the time, and the team was always chance. Okay, they always overcomes a lot of challenges, and they always have been they always been making a lot of product that is miraculous, that is awesome, that is super cool. All right. So yeah, I feel like miracles that they've been making product that overcomes countless obstacles to bring forth works that felt like miracles into the world. Yeah, I guess so, but I guess time passes. Times change. So we see, I think they've been showing the partnership, I guess. Is this the partnership of Square Enix or something like that? Yeah, Square and Enix merge, and then it becomes more popular. And then this is Chrono Trigger. They came out with Chrono Trigger. They came out with more for Dragon Quest, and then they got like Dragon Quest 1 and 2. Is this even popular? This thing even haven't come out yet. And they got this Elliot, you know, this is the game that I'm talking about earlier in the previous stream, that I said that there is one game which is like 2.5D, and I think they made this Elliot thing is just because they know they're making a tons of like high fidelity, you know, graphic games right now, and those takes longer to make. But something like Elliot could be made in like probably 1 or 2 years, and that's why they probably coming out with they come out with like Elliot right now. So that's the rumors that people have right now, that these are like the filler game, like, you know, like how in anime you got filler arc, but this one is like the filler game, just to fill in the blanks. and so that's why they come up with a lot of like probably remake and stuff. I'm not sure though. Again, once again, surprise us, move us, ignite with passions we once felt. For gamers across the globe have been waiting endlessly for that irreplaceable experience. Yeah, もう一度 Square Enix から驚き、感動を、そしてあの熱狂。Yeah, I mean, like, they just want us to ignite us with that passion once more. Yeah, that's what actually people have been waiting for, right? But I don't know, man. Like, like a lot of people say they've been strayed away from Square Enix, but my experience with Square Enix is that after Final Fantasy 13 and 15, I would say, but again, I'm a very Final Fantasy kind of guy, but after Final Fantasy 13, I never really actually play a lot of JRPG anymore. I didn't even finish Final Fantasy 13, if I'm gonna be honest. I bought PS3 because of Final Fantasy 13, and that is the truth, but I was playing a lot with Call of Duty during that time. Just online game was this huge new thing, so I was just playing with Call of Duty most of the time. And I remember I spent the most was in Call of Duty Black Ops 2, and I get myself into Prestige 4. and which means I spent like probably, I think maybe there is like 300 to 500 hours in that game, at least maybe more than that though. But I remember the whole year I was just spending like a few years, like 2 or 3 years, just spending playing Call of Duty non-stop. Oh, there's the next one, there's a new one, and then I stop at Ghosts. So what I'm trying to say here is that a lot of people went from RPG into very high cinematic like game where they comes up almost every year once, and that's actually what, like, to me, my experience with Final Fantasy, that's what that was. They could make games that can come out almost every year, and that's the reason why Capcom is now being called Capcom for certain people, because the games from Capcom is very short, to be honest. Like most of the game, especially games like Resident Evil, it's like around 5 to 10 hours, probably at least 10 hours, 10 to 15 hours. I just give it more, right? 10 to 15 hours, kind of like game lang. And it's much more easier to make in that kind of sense, right? Of course, you can achieve it in 1 or 2 years in making that kind of fidelity, that kind of like graphic, even though that's the case. But it's only a game. It's a game that's only like, if you rush, you can beat the whole game in like probably 4 hours. Some of them even 5 hours. And I think like in Resident Evil 7, you can, if you beat the game in within lesser than 4 hours, which means you can do that lesser than 4 hours, you can have like an infinite ammo or something like that, from what I heard. And so if your game is that short, of course you can achieve like, you know, almost every year you can have like a new game. But if you think about it properly, Capcom have a long ass game as well, like Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter doesn't just keep pop every single year. Monster Hunter appears like probably like, you know, like from World till Wilds, it's pretty wide of a time scope, like 2024, and that was like what, 20, like it's almost 10 years, but it's not even 10 years, maybe 8 if you exact, right? Probably 8 or something like that. But in between there is like Rise, but it's for Nintendo Switch, and the budget is lower as well. And there is like Iceborne, and they might came out with that after probably a year or 2 or something. You know, they do have games from time to time, but the way that they put out games, if that kind of like wide open, like huge game that you can spend like hundreds of hours in, those games are usually still, it's gonna take longer to make. But they also have games that just like, you know, like these games like here, Dragon Quest, Elliot and stuff, these are their Resident Evil, but they are so lucky that Resident Evil is their main thing, is their main game. Like for Final Fantasy, Kingdom Heart, Dragon Quest, and Kingdom Heart, Dragon Quest, and what the hell is that again? In Final Fantasy, though, that is Square Enix main thing. If they can pop up like all these titles like really quickly, that will actually be better. Because like I played Final Fantasy 7, and then the next year we got Final Fantasy 8, for example, right? In 1998, and in 1999 they got Final Fantasy. I think in 1999, 2000 we got like Final Fantasy 9, and in 2001 with PS2 we got Final Fantasy 10. And you know, that just keep going on. Like that's just 1 year of differences, but yet we got something from a different era of a video game, like, you know, like a different graphic type of video games, from like Tidus, right, from Final Fantasy 10 and Final Fantasy 9. That graphic differences is so much different, that technology's differences, and yet they can actually manage to present and provide us with different game in this short period of time. That is what I think makes Square Enix kind of popular back in the day, because they just keep putting things out. It's like that YouTuber thing. If you got a YouTuber like Niga Higa, where they try to put out high content, which is almost like, I don't know, a week one video, and then you got somebody like PewDiePie just appear out of nowhere, boom, and then they got videos every day. Yeah, 10-minute video, well edited and stuff. Look at that, entertaining, of course. And then it become the most biggest one, right? That's just like that differences that you can see. It's almost like the same logic in almost like every single thing. The thing that you see is like, if you take it too long to make, like that, it doesn't really like the same reason where if like result matters instead of your progress. Or we're gonna spend around 10 years to make this one game. And I think that's what actually kills Square Enix in a way. Because in Square Enix, like, I think the Kingdom Heart fatigue for Kingdom Heart 2 and Kingdom Heart 3 taken so long of a time to actually make. We got like 2020, was it 2024? Sorry, 2004? Or something like that. Like, you know, Kingdom Heart. I'm not talking about Final Mix, man. Kingdom. What the hell is that? I say Kingdom Hearts. What are you? Kingdom Hearts 2 was 2005. And then the next one that came out is like 2019. 18? 19? 19, right? I remember that because I listened to a lot of the Don't Think Twice and shit like that. And I like the Chikai song from Utara Hikaru until I know that she is woke, then I stop listening to her. I'm like, seriously, I am that extreme. So what do you mean? Because she decided to be called Mix, okay? Not Miss, not Mr, but Mix. I can show you, but that's not the video today, okay? That's the video for later on. That's the thing what makes me worried as well. Okay, never mind. You know what? Yes, I'm gonna attack. This is her official Instagram. Okay, official Instagram. I'm so sick of being asked if I'm a Miss or Mrs. or choosing between Miss, Mrs. and Miss for everyday things. It makes me uncomfortable to be identified so marked by my martial status or sex. I don't relate to any of those prefixes. Every time I feel I'm forced to mispresent myself, I'm long to alternative options, one that anybody of any gender or social standing could use. After writing thus far, I look up and discover that Mix, pronounced as Mix, has suggested that that's awesome. I hope it will become more widely used. I'm afraid that my idea for a neutral prefix has come too late. From my understanding, Utara Hikaru right now is living in UK. End of my story. What is that implying? That implying Disney. If Disney is kind of changing, but I'm not sure. Imagine this: Square Enix before they lay off a bunch of people. Square Enix before that, right? Square Enix, Utara Hikaru, and Disney. Three of this spices mix and accidentally poof, a woke bullshit game, and therefore flop is born. Dun 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 dun. That's what I was thinking, you know. Wait, Kingdom Hearts 4 is gonna be awful. I was like, that's no way. Holy shit. Kingdom Hearts 4, I'm so worried about Kingdom Hearts 4. But I don't know. Now we have this presentation thing. They did try to change stuff. So we will see what's gonna happen, right? I'm sorry, man. I yet too much for one page. Once again, surprise me. Move us ignite with a passion with one spell. For gamers across the globe, they'll be waiting endlessly for that replace moments. Yes, that's true. Yeah, Sekai Juno game the fun. Yeah, everybody's waiting for that experience. True. So let's see here. It was never just entertainment. What Square Enix once brought to life was a culture that shaped an era and an industry that fascinated the world. But today, is Square Enix really giving birth to something genuinely new, or Square Enix has turned away from the challenges before, or it lets it step further? So let me see the Japanese thing, if that's right, or is there anything I want to add on from that? Okay, that's the same thing. Okay, well, just still Square Enix kind of chances. Oh, so this is the same thing. They're just repeating the same thing. I'm sorry about that. They're just repeating the same thing. Okay, once again, okay, never mind. It's just the same shit. Okay. So there is 4 session. Let me see what the session is. Challenges of medium-term management plan. Okay, that's the first section. Probably until page 26. Okay, cool. Stagnation of revenue growth. This is probably something that we want to know, right? The profit margin thing. The operation of profit margin is something we want to know as well. And severe conglomerate to discount. So the funny part about this is that some of them, I have already, because I watched a few videos on this, some of this I already actually saw that. And the funny thing is, not only Square Enix sales and growth you can actually see here, but you can also witness Capcom. Somebody from some other company, the details from them, you can actually get them. Like, that's what the hell? Like, what? Yeah, that's actually kind of funny. Okay, Square Enix possesses globally renowned game titles such as Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest, and as a preeminent Japanese game developer, essentially a national enterprise distinguished by its illustrious history and unparalleled intellect property. However, under the new established management structure, the past 3 years has been marked by a pronounced stagnation in both revenue growth and profitability. Okay, this is at the highlight, with significant deterioration in earning power. Drop, okay? Drop. I can't really read that properly, I'm sorry. You know, Reka, or Reka, I guess. I think it's probably something like that. Teka, right? Teka, okay? that's what this, okay? As an evidence by decline in operating income, return on equity, ROE, and other key performance metrics. I'm not pretty sure. I'm gonna be honest, man. I'm not pretty sure about this business talk of ROE. What the hell is ROE? Okay, let's go and Google that. I'm not sure. We're gonna learn something here. What does ROE mean? Returns of equity. Oh, that's what it is. That's just what it is. Return of equity. Oh, ROE. Oh, okay. Sorry. Well. In particular, the decline in operating income has been primarily driven by revenue contraction and persistently weak margin in both HB game segment and SD game segment. Summing that fundamental revitalization of these businesses, encompassing both revenue growth and profitability enhance, constitutes to the most critical management challenge presently facing Square Enix. I have no idea what the hell is that supposed to even mean. Okay, executive summary, right? Okay, never mind. To overcome the stagnation in the gaming business, it's imperative to devise righteous implementation, concrete countermeasures addressing the critical management issues. That is true. Like, I think that's a thing that they actually changed the CEO in between. Like, I think they changed the CEO in like 2021 or so. When did Square Enix change the CEO again? Was it 2020, 2023? 2022. Tech background. Was it? Because there is a news that says the CEO came in and everything's just falling from that. So it's actually an incompetence kind of like issues or something like that. Okay, never mind. However, a medium-term management plan appears to lack sufficient specificity in its measure to address these challenges, as well as in its KPI target settings and execution roadmap. Consequently, we remain unconvinced that it can fundamentally resolve the underlying issues or deliver maximization of corporate value. Accordingly, we respectfully urge the fundamental reassessment of the medium-term management plan. Like this is this one weird thing that a lot of people are actually talking about right now. So is this company, I'm talking about like 3D partners, right? This activist company or something like that. That's what they call themselves as well. Is this company know that Square Enix is falling in a sort of ways, and they still decide to buy shares from them? Like, something sounds not right here. Like, why? What are they doing? Are they just a fan of Square Enix and they just decided to like, hey, we're gonna do something about this, but I have the power because I can buy some of the shares, and then if I buy the shares, which I can do this, and then they bought stuff and then just share this out. So that's the funny thing about this. I don't really know. But yeah, like like Square Enix is a truly national enterprise. Yes, it's a Kokumi national. Okay, that's the word. Enterprise distinguished by its ownership on some of the world's most renowned titles. Yes, Final Fantasy and Dragons as world card titles. It is at number 4th, like global cumulative sales ranking of the RPG franchises as the year end 2024. Final Fantasy still stands at like the 2nd place. Pokemon number 1, which is Nintendo, right? And then they've got Capcom with Monster Hunter. And this is like a weird part where can it be considered as an RPG or something? Is it not like a cozy game? Like how Harvest Moon and stuff like that as well, or Stardew Valley. Is Stardew Valley considered as a cozy game? Because you have fighting, yeah, but mostly you also just farm things and get ingredients and materials, right? And then after that you hunt the monsters, and then you hunt your monsters in order to get materials and ingredients to make your weapons and food. So in my opinion, I was like, is that an RPG? Okay, number 4 is Dragon Quest. So outside in the world, it's also number 2. So it's a very well-known franchise, definitely. And then even domestically popular ranking of RPG franchises in Japan, even in Japan itself, I kind of get in Japan it's like Dragon Quest is more popular than Final Fantasy, because Final Fantasy is really more well known in the overseas compared to Japan itself. That's why when they try to sell Dragon Quest, when they make this, they actually make it appealing to more of like Japan. But recently, I'm not pretty sure that much, because they do really have some problem there. And number 3 is Persona series, and number 4 is Tales series. Holy shit, that's actually not bad. Crazy. And yeah, RPG series popularity ranking top 32. Number 1 goes to Dragon Quest series. That's actually not bad. And Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest, and Square Enix titles as national IP. Entrance team of the Tokyo 2021 Olympic Games, and Dragon Quest Overture Roto team, and Final Fantasy Victory Fanfare. And they have all this Square Enix music that actually been played in the Olympic, which means that itself it's so national level of like well-known IP. These are not just titles like Assassin's Creed, where it's like like a title where you can just disappear and people don't care anymore. It's actually, to be honest, like they're kind of like similar, but I don't know whether if Assassin's Creed did actually manage to go until that far, appear on Olympic Games, being proud by their own country and stuff. And this is why you can see a lot of like Stellar Blade. Stellar Blade is made in Korea, so people in Korea were so proud of it. And even like, is it like a latest news that I saw, which is like Kim Hyung-tae had this weird thing going on, right? Where is it? Kim Hyung-tae. Oh shit, never mind. Like there is this weird thing with Kim Hyung-tae lately. Yeah. Like Kim Hyung-tae, the guy who made Square Enix. Sorry, the guy who makes Stellar Blade. I don't know why I say Square Enix. The guy who makes Stellar Blade actually become honored with the Korea presidential commendation for Stellar Blade and Nikkei as well. Right? It's being acknowledged by the country. That's the crazy part of this. So I think recently we also see that with Expedition 33 with France playing like France like politics, like politician actually did try to play a part, that we are proud of it, congratulations and stuff like that. And for France's part, I think a lot of people didn't really quite like that, because it's like, oh no, get video games out of politics. So that's something that you can see what is happening with the Western world right now, that people actually don't really agree that much. Stop being a politic into our video games. Like that's because we did feel it like that with games like from France, because the way that the place is like trying to push a sort of like a, look at that, oh, this is our game that, doing this, that. It feels a bit like fake and stuff like that. Okay, and so next one of the industry leading game developers, Square Enix, has long been at the forefront game of development. Yes, that was what Square Enix was. Square Enix actually was a pioneer. Like, that's the Japanese version of it, right? This is like Sai Sentan. You are the first. You are always the one that is being like being innovative in develop like all these interesting elements inside of your video games, like full motion videos, 3D characters, cinematic storytelling, flexible combat customization. Truly agree. And you see this is 7, 8, 9, 10, right? That's like 4 titles in between, but the time of 7 till 01 is like, okay, 97, 98, 99, 2000, 2001, only 5 years. In these 5 years, they came out with 4 games. And that's why I'm like this is what I don't really quite like about Square Enix recently, because they put out games like so slow. It takes them so long to make a game. Last year, did we have a Resident Evil game? Yes, we did. This year, will we have another Resident Evil game? Was it last year? Is Resident Evil 4 last year? Was it 2 years ago? Was it 2023 or 2024? This game was 2023, so 2 years ago. So last year we didn't get anything. 2023? Oh, okay. So I think they just lost 1 year, right? But we didn't get any Resident Evil then. I guess that's the only year like we didn't get a Resident Evil, I guess. So. But before that, it has a lot, right? In what is 2022 though? Is there a game? Okay, never mind. You know what? Let's check all your Resident Evil games release date. But if you actually check Final Fantasy as well, you will see Final Fantasy been releasing game almost every year as well. 2026 with this. I want a list. Can I have a list? Okay, here. So you can see here, right? In 2025 and 2024, they don't really have any game, but I'm not pretty sure how to take that, because this 2025 thing and 2024, it's like a very early year of 2026. So I guess they did really spend 2 years on making some stuff. Elden Ring 2022, Scarlet's Nexus Return of 2021. Why are you sharing those? No, I don't care about those. No, get away. Heavy Seven Remake 2020. So yeah, I mean, like, but you check this, you see this. They got almost like every single year there is something, right? There is a DLC, and the next year there is a game on that, and then they got a game on Village, and then they got like, you see this, like 2020 there is a game, 2029 there's a game, and then they put up 1 year blank, and then 2017 they got like the 7 game, and then after that, like after this 7, they decided to make back all the old games out, and it's almost like every year they have 1 game, and that's crazy, in my opinion. And then like 2015, you know, the way that they release game is like pum really fast, pum, like very consecutive, and then they rest a bit. They let the staff probably play for a bit, I guess. I don't know. I will do something else, and then they come back. So I'm gonna shit you not. In 2027, we have another Resident Evil game. 2027, we have another Resident Evil game. I will shit you not. I think that's how it's gonna happen. We will have another Resident Evil game in 2027. But if you see like all Final Fantasy games, right? If you see all the Final Fantasy games, do we have a list from like one just now? Is it just holy shit? There's so many until there's like this. No, I want a list. I'm gonna use X. I'm gonna use Grok. Yeah, but which Resident Evil? I don't know. It could be a DLC. It could be a different thing. It could be a remake. It could be a Resident Evil 5. I don't know. Since but I kind of doubt, because you know Capcom is still kind of being controlled by Karen, so I kind of doubt that's the case. So yeah, I'm annoyed when anyone say this has been a bad generation. Which one is this? 2020 onward, or like what? I think like it's still great. I think we still have a lot of games from. I mean, like at least Capcom is doing it well. But other games, like you know, it's like that's the thing with the other games, right? That's what I want. I just want Final Fantasy to not think too much and just make a game. Like at the end of the day, it's just entertainment. So make something fun, put it out, and don't think too much, and don't put too much money on it as well. But yeah, you know what? Let's move on to the next one around here. However, since inauguration, the new management structure and the company earnings power has markedly deteriorated. You know what? I don't really know how to pronounce this shit. How to pronounce this?
Deteriorate.
Catarate. It sounds like Catarate drink or something. I don't know. Is Catarate drinks? PS5 generation. PS5 generation has been fine. It's actually there's a lot of games on it. Well, I don't know what they are talking about. What are they talking about? But yeah, this is the blaming on the CEO. Look at this. This is the previous CEO, President Matsuda. This is the new President Kiryu. The new CEO. The trends, like you know, there's up, there's down, you know, in the fiscal year 14, 15. So 2014, 2015, 2017. I think this is is this where Final Fantasy 15 appears and Neo Automata as well? I think this is where Neo Automata and Final Fantasy 15 appears. That's why it's kind of high. And then they drop again because they don't really have anything crazy going on or something. Dude, what are you doing? Put out. What are you doing, Grok? Grok, what are you doing? Hello? Never mind, I'm gonna put it again. That's so weird. Is it because I move away? I don't think that's how it works, right? It's fine. Huh? Why is that AI British? I don't know, guys. Deteriorate. British. It's British. Okay, this is the thing. Okay, 1987 they got one game, 88 they got one game, and then they jump 1 year. 90 they got one game, 91 they got another one game. Look at that. That's almost like 1 year next, 1 year next, 1 year next. right? 92, they got another one game for 5, and then 6, 94, and then after that they jump, because here is where they actually comes up with a problem with PlayStation, right, and Nintendo and stuff. I think the game could have been earlier, but because they got problem with both sides, and then they just decided that, hey, you know what, we're gonna try and make this new game, and then they started to make this new game, which is a 3D game, and that is Final Fantasy VII, and it comes out in 1997, right? So this is where like another game that really comes out. So after this, they make up. Oh wait, what? It's not 1998. It was 1999, which is making it much more impressive. That's crazy. They released the best game. Then after 1 year they skip. Then they release 99. They release 8, and then 2000 they release 9. 10 they release. Dude, this is like another jump from PlayStation to PlayStation 2. In that 1 year they. What the hell? Holy shit! This is much more impressive than I thought. And then in 1 more year, they release an online MMO. And then after that, because of the MMO getting a bit weird and shit, so they'll be like, I don't know, guys. What the hell is happening here? What the hell is that music doing? No, go back. What the hell are you doing here? Get away. Sorry about that. What the hell is happening? Wait, what? I thought I was supposed to be looping this thing. Loop? Yeah, please. Sorry about that. Okay. And then we got like another jump from 11 to 12. Oh no, it's over here. Then we jump from 11 to 12. It's like 4 years gap. I think this is where they make like Kingdom Heart and stuff. Then they make Kingdom Heart and the other games all around here. This is where it's slowly like Final Fantasy is becoming thinking way too much. And that's what I think, that this is like the part where Final Fantasy is having like a very huge like problem of thinking way too much. But I didn't want the list to be like this. I want the list to be like all together. Like can you give me a list in release date order, including everything, main and spin-off? Like, this is the list that I wanted to make though, not that, because like with my what I wanted to say is that we actually got Final Fantasy game almost every year, almost every single year, because this gap around here, this gap, 12, 15 and stuff, didn't Crisis Core happens around here? Crisis Core happens around here. There is some Dissidia or something happens around here, right? Wait, okay, Dissidia is Tactic Advance Tactics. Okay, never mind. These are the tactics. Okay, Before Crisis, they got a Before Crisis for the mobile, like around that. You can see it's like 2004. They've been making that. And then 7 Snowboarding. And then they got the Dutch of Cerberus. Didn't they got Dutch of Cerberus in 26? So as you can see, right, like the time scope, like that's why I wanted everything in a list like this. Shit, this thing sucks so bad. They can't find out the whole thing. Never mind. You know what? That's my point. Like, let's just see the latest side. Like the latest side, you can see like it jumps like this, right? But between this and this, there is a lot of other games as well. There is like, oh, look at this! Like Final Fantasy X-2 and X-2 Last Mission was like 2023. That was what happens in this, because it's just main line. Like even after here, like 2023, that's where That's where the Final Fantasy X 2, right? There is games that is in here, and then Crisis Core. I remember it's like 2025 or something. Crisis Core was 2007. I'm sorry about that. Then it's like earlier of that. Yeah. But well, long story short, that's what I wanted to make, like that point where we almost get like a Final Fantasy game almost every year. But there also has this like a huge gap thing that really makes people feel like sucks with Final Fantasy games. And that's why it's like that's what really pushed people away. And that again, it comes up with that argument where Capcom is really lucky in that terms where their main game is that short game that you can make every single year. And that's why it comes up with like all those Resident Evil just now that we saw. So this is like a comparison, because so this is like the CEO got blame and shit. So this is like the comparison. For reference and agreement for new management structure, there have been a successes right off on the development cost. So look at this, right? They dropped like crazy in 2024. And this is like Square Enix, Sega, Konami, and then Capcom, Bandai. So most of them are around there, but look at that. In 18, this is where I think this is where the 15th Neodomata area, probably this is what makes them earn some money, I would say, right? And then it drops again, and then it just slowly, and then it rises up in 2020 because of, I think like it because of like probably remake or something like that. I think remake did really actually sell some copies, and yeah. And what does deal this? I'm not pretty sure. 2022 with Strangers of Paradise and stuff, I would say. There's a lot of games that they actually released that year. Strangers of Paradise, they did release Star Ocean, they did release quite a title in 2022. Oh, and then also, oh yeah, Final Fantasy 16 as well, I guess. Yeah. Okay. Fitting so well despite people hating on it. Yeah, it sold around 10 million copy at least. From what I know, it's like it sells more around 10 million copy. This is Square Enix overseas sales ratio remains low compared to competitors, with growth likewise stagnating. So this is like they just trying to play safe. That's what they're talking about, right? The funny thing is Sega has been selling Sega. Since they become publisher and shit, they've been selling like crazy. I think this is this Capcom or Sega? Wait, this is Capcom, right? Wait, is this Capcom? No, this is Koei. This is that Capcom? What is this? This is Sega. Okay, sorry, so Sega is down below here. Yakuza. So no, sorry. This lane is Bandai Namco. So it is Capcom. They're jealous of Capcom. All these shareholders, they're jealous of Capcom. They may make them money, but it costs a lot as well. It's inside here. I remember I just saw a list where they complain about they cost too much money to make one game. So yeah, so this is the decline of profits stem from both decrease in revenue and stagnating profit margins. So it grows some money, but it also loses a lot of money. So it's just like, like balance up. So revenue growth rate, and this is average profit margin, market capitalization 1 million trillion yen. Sorry, 1 trillion yen. Okay, Square Enix HQ is here. Negative revenue growth, profit margin lagging behind competitors. Whew. Okay, let's address the elephant in the room. Nexon. How would you compare with Nexon? Dude. This company keep putting out sexy ladies. Koei. The boob at least still jiggles, even though it's kinda nerfed a bit. Electronic Arts. I don't know why the hell this shit is up here, but I assume it's all sports. It's all sports. The sports game is carrying them. Like EA is the only Western company that's like kind of do well despite of all those like Battlefield or whatever that is doesn't really do well or whatever. it's like, you know what? We still can afford to support ourselves because we have the sports game. People play that shit. Madden. I don't know why people play that shit. Madden, FIFA. I don't know, man. But those are the one that is carry them, okay? And Bandai Namco, Elden Ring, and Konami Group. This is something I'm surprised as well for it is to be up here. This is like, didn't people say Konami is back or something like that? Like Konami was dead? So, I think if you scroll down below, you might realize that it's all because of mobile games. Konami has been putting out a lot of mobile games. And a lot of pachinko type of stuff, like, you know, gamble. So, that's one of the reasons why it could be still on top. By the way, what did Koei sell that make them money? I think Koei sold around like Neo and stuff like that, and Rise of the Ronin. You know, there is a few Koei Tecmo games, if I know, right? Koei Tecmo, I think they've been releasing a lot of games. Yeah, Dynasty Warrior as well. They've been releasing games and games, but it just never really went to like games and then release. They did release a lot of games, I would say. Shit, everything is so like all around. They don't really actually show you by the time, because if you see the time, you will see. I don't think it's Ninja Gaiden. I think all the lately there's like all this weird ass game. Mario vs. a lot. Yeah, this definitely so well, right? Because it's Nintendo as well, and people love Hyrule. That probably so well. And Fate Samurai Remnant. Oh, okay. So that's what the game. Fatal Frame, but that's like recently. Fairy Tail. I don't know. Dynasty Warrior Origins. That's probably do okay, I would say. But I think Tecmo does make a lot of good games, so you know we can talk shit about Tecmo once if Taki Games decide to comes in, because Taki Games is a sim for Koei. Hey Fantasuki, welcome man. We are talking shit about Square Enix right now, or trying to analyze our beloved Square Enix. We're trying to save Square Enix. That's what it is. Hey Words, welcome. And Koei Tecmo just from Venus Vacation alone is probably made a lot of profit. There you go. That's your answer, Meliodas. There is your answer. There's your answer. What's the situation with Square? What was the situation with Square? Oh, there is this presentation things that is about 100 page that is being released in the public that we can actually see, and we are just trying to be some busybody. I decided I wanted to wear very official clothings with ties and, you know, proper attire with very formal kind of attire, but I gone too fat by sitting at home and make content, and now I couldn't fit my old suits anymore. So if next year when I finish my game and I made my game and it got into the Game Awards, and I think I need to buy new clothes. I think I need to buy new clothes, guys. So I think yes, Koei probably, you know, with Venus Vacation, they definitely make a lot of money. That's why Square Enix is kind of having a problem with that. So let's see what Square Enix is doing right here, right? So the decline in revenue has been driven by reduced sales in both HD game and SD games. From my understanding, HD game is like the main game, like all high fidelity game. SD game, is it like mobile games? Is it mobile games or like the 2.5 games? Or like, you know, the other stuff? I'm not sure though. But yeah, you can see the decline here. So this is like the HD game, right? That's the blue one down below here. I think they're doing pretty okay. Even right now, it's actually, even though they say what, it's kind of still fine. I think they're still doing okay. But it's not like crazy boom, but it's just like, it's still fine compared to old times. I don't know. But you can see the SD game here been selling like around here. I don't know. I think this is a good graph. I think it's an okay graph. I don't know, man. Like, what the hell? Oh boy, this document, I have not looked up this up, but Square Enix overexpands a lot of things. Yes, that's what happens. But Jimmy, what about the new Bond 007 game? That game is, I don't know. I don't think I would play that though, but I'm not sure. Not gonna promise. Maybe I will play it if there is on trial or anywhere, or there's a demo. I will try it out. But playing the game properly, I'm not sure. I'm just gonna be honest. Like, I'm interested in the game, but it's not something I would spend money on, like, for now, because like I have other priorities, and it depends on when it releases as well. So yeah, HD game is anything 3D, and SD is anything 2D. Yeah, so I guess that's what it is, right? So yeah, definitely that's what it is. It also require a separate studio in the Hitman games. I always thought the Hitman studio was Square. I'm not sure about that much, man. Like, I'm not really like a Hitman guy, so I don't really actually know much about that game. Can't provide any info on that. So yeah, so actually I don't know. In my opinion, when I see this thing, I think it's, yeah, there's a decline of 4%. I mean, like, in company wise, they are afraid this is gonna keep dropping. But isn't this like rising? This is like amusement. And the thing about Square Enix is this thing, right? Holy shit, I'm so scared. Just search it here. This thing? This is a Square Enix manga. It was serialized in Square Enix. This is a very well-known character. People love her. Square Enix. And there's a few anime that is Square Enix based as well. And so it's not really just games. Square Enix is putting their licensing on publishing other stuff and even other amusement a lot. So, you know, so that's I think like that's what it is. 007 looks good. Hitman is an IO Interactive. Used to be under Square for a few years. Really? Now they are not owned anymore. So they're not owned anymore. I never know anything of that. From Jeffrey Chat, I only remember Taki and Village. Which guy keep asking about Final Fantasy 7 remake during Dragon God stream? Oh, that dude never came back anymore. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really remember, man. But yeah, that dude is not around anymore. I think he's just interested in Dragon God 3. If I play again Dragon God 3, maybe he will come back. I'm not sure though. Yeah, thanks for the info. I never knew that. Remember when Square Enix was called Squaresoft? That was nice. I remember. That was too soft for me though. I love it when it's Enix because it sounds exciting. Ooh, exciting! Look at the number. Ooh, exciting! The stagnation in profit margin has resulted in a declining margin in both HD and SD game segment. So I guess, is it? Non-gaming stuff is kind of the MMO. Holy shit! Profit on Final Fantasy 14 is doing Lord's work, man. Final Fantasy 14 is like holding the sticks, holding the feet of that company, and that's why Yoshida managed to say so many stupid shit, and yet he's still fine. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really agree with a lot of what Yoshida Naoki said, which is the producer for Final Fantasy 14 and 16, which is Yoshi P, right? There's a lot of things I don't really quite agree with him, because I saw a few interviews of him lately, and one of them is that he's saying things about cloud gaming is the future of gaming. Like, not console, not anything, not PC, but cloud gaming. That's the future of gaming. And I was like, that's such a MMO mindset. God damn, what the hell are you talking about? Like, what? What is... You know? Yeah, I always surprised whenever I see a Square Enix pop-up credit in anime or manga. There's a lot. Let me go to the grot and see. Anime... Can you list anime that is released from Square Enix or published. Should I say published? I don't even know, man. Published or Full Metal Alchemist. Yeah, Full Metal Alchemist is Square Enix. Soul Eater, we got Black Butter, we got Toilet Bound Hanako, My Dress Up Darling. I mean, I just now I show you that, right? A Certain Magical Index. I don't know. Oh, is it wrong? Yes. Danmachi as well. That was very Square Enix. And then Final Fantasy related Scream. No. Just the normal animes will be fine. So there are a few very popular one that is being shown out there. I remember when I saw and I know about Dress Up Darling that is from Square Enix. I was like, oh shit, Square Enix is making. There is like another one. I don't think they did show it here. There's like another one that is super nice that I remember. It was from Square Enix as well. I don't think they list everything, but they just list some of it. Yeah, they just list some of it because I didn't say everything. But again, everything is gonna be too much. So we probably can't really see much of that. But damn, man, this is the MMO is crazy. Publishing the anime as well. That's what I think. Anime as well. Amusement. I'm not pretty sure. I think this is more on like is it like the toys and stuff? Is that what it is? I'm not even pretty sure, man. So yeah. So always has been saying with Final Fantasy 11 too. The game hold a lot of SE failures during the time. I don't know. I think it's just the time is wrong, right? I didn't play Final Fantasy 11. That's the same reason that I don't play Final Fantasy that's online based. So I never played Final Fantasy 14 in my life though. Even though I did try the game a bit. I did play some. I mean, like, I'm lying if I say I never played, but because there is this. Oh, have you ever tried the critically acclaimed Final Fantasy 14 that is now free until level 60? That weird shit. I did try that. So it was actually great. Also, can we take a moment to respect Konami returns to console gaming after hiatus for only pachinko games? Yes, pachinko. Yeah, I think that's where they make their profit just now. Yeah. I think this is where the profit comes in, right? Pachinko shit. That's just what that is. They're just making the pachinko gambling shit. Isn't as you went to Hellbent is rebooting Final Fantasy 14. They needed to success. They did that and it actually succeeded, and now it's over here. Final Fantasy 14 is popular MMO. I feel like MMO and live service games are largely better than most single player games these days. No, that's a rage baiting shit again. By the way, we did talk shit about Koei just now. What did Koei did that actually managed to be here? What did they sell? And then I mean, like, Fantastic just destroyed that fun by just saying that Venus Vacation itself can really be covered up to be around here, and I totally agree. And I was like, oh yeah, god damn it, man, why do you have to say that? Now we cannot rage bait Taki games anymore because Taki games will feel good. Holy shit, look at that, my INA is getting her boob jiggling happily left and right. Okay, let's move on. Selection in growth. I don't know why they highlight this. Fragmentation, development portfolio, deficiency in platform selection, deficiency in product design, deficiency in advertising and promotion, lagging sales of legacy titles and core IP. Pick out Dragon Quest. Is that Dragon Quest W? A major revenue contributor, revenue dependence on domestic market, underutilization of licensing out opportunities, lagging cross-media revenue, lagging merchandise revenue, insufficient merchandise IP. What the hell? So this is like critical management challenge. The revenue decline HDI can be broken down into the following management issue. So they just talk shit about them, like they just attack. Attack! And then the lack of synergy with non-gaming businesses, declining sales in SD games, declining sales in HD segment. I'm gonna be honest, man. I really kind of like. I do agree some. I do not agree a lot on. I don't know. Maybe some. I guess. I think to me right now it's still 50-50. I'm taking a look at this presentation thing. Like we can't really just see everything because like there is some stuff that's kind of concerning. Is that they like the early part where I said where they just saw some YouTube videos and stuff, and they used that YouTube videos to actually back their claim, which that is kind of like maybe they didn't research properly and stuff. So but on the what we are talking right here, I think these are, I don't understand them that much. That's just the problem with it. So yeah. A lot of people got fired in that red box division, from what I heard. A lot of the Westerns have got got fired though. Oh man, shit. By the way, I think Konami was right to treat Kojima the way they did. I always felt they were made into bad guys for no reason. Yeah, I agree as well, to be honest. Yeah, Kojima was overrated, even though the Metal Gear is so good. It was like Kojima was only, it's like the Neil Druckmann thing, right? Kojima was only great because there is a control, there is a, you know, all the bad ideas getting swept away by Konami, and all the good idea is being taken by Konami. So that's why they made up a good game. But now it's like, again, with the recent stream that I just said, now he's on freedom, so he can do whatever he wants, and all the bad ideas now comes in. It's the same shit with Neil Druckmann. Same shit. They are both same people. Same, but different. You know, that's just what they are. A bit different though, but just the race probably. I don't know. Most of it is just the same. Koei better than Square Enix for now. Yeah, I guess that's what it is. He get way too cocky and thought he was bigger than Konami. It did. So Konami had no choice but to keep him out. A lot of people got fired in the red box. Okay, so we're back to here. Let's see. An expression that appears to justify neglect, critical management, and challenge. Failure to present concrete measure for individual management challenge. Iowa Senator current medium-term management plan. Yeah, I think like I did actually go through this, and I did watch some videos on this. I think they did actually implementing some of this stuff inside of this. They are implementing some of them, from what I understand, because they did say that you guys have been spending too much money on needless things, and what we can see right now is they are having a huge changes of reforming their business practices. But I'm not pretty sure, is it to the good side or is it to the bad side? Is it gonna be good for the players, for the fans, or is it just, you know, like all this complaint, is it just gonna be good for shareholders? like that's the thing I'm concerned. Like, shareholders will also say things that is in the good terms of their own benefits, but also for us gamers and regular people, we want the game, we want them to release a good game that we can all enjoy, right? That's just what happened at the end. So that's the kind of thing that it's kind of like for 80% concrete measures and individual. I don't know, man. Okay, Square Enix current medium-term management plan appears to justify lackluster performance under the slogan reboots, while failing to articulate a forward-looking vision. So they are trying to say that you guys don't create new things anymore, but you guys just keep rebooting shit. Is that what it is? But and then they give up, like, and then they're gonna say, like, this is like that guy. This is like that guy in Iron Man. They're telling that guy who is making, like, trying to remake that arc reactor, right? Tony Stark created this thing in a cave, and then or the developer and Square Enix will be just looking at them and says, "But I'm not Sakaguchi Hironobu. I am not Sakaguchi Hironobu." That's and all the old people, like the one that really knows how to make games, like I don't know, like I would say like Kitase, or like, you know, all those like previous period from 7, 8, and 9 and 10 or whatever that is, they all don't really want to make games that much anymore. They all like, we had done, let the young kids do what they need to do. We just gonna chill, right? Let the young kids sort it out. The problem is that young kids doesn't really make the great game. So that's the problem as well. I can see it that way though. Failure to present concrete measures of individual management challenges. Square Enix current medium-term management plan falls short of presenting solution to individual management challenge. Effective solution to management challenge required KPI and quantitative target, concrete measures and milestones with specific execution plan. Are they saying that they're very bad at managing things and execution any plans or something like that? lack of like plans, lack of management. Is that what they're trying to say here? Okay. I think the reboot is the plan of the new CEO said. He wants to reset and clean up Square, hence a lot of closing studio and cancelling games. I could be wrong. I don't know, man. Nobody actually really know what's happening behind them, alright? Because we are not really staff of, we are not a staff from Square Enix, and yet we are just being busybody and just trying to look at people's like list of presentation. Usually this kind of presentation, we'll be just looking at them like when we go to work, and then we get to like, there's a meeting at 8 a.m. and then you'll be like, people in Square Enix, that's what they are. You got a coffee? Yeah. And then the supervisor is talking in front, and the presentators, and we were like, oh yeah. And then somehow us, we are not working in that company, but yet we're like, what is this? Oh shit, look at the revenue, it's dropping. The operating profit margin, holy shit, it's kind of bad, right? It didn't really change much. What the hell is that? Is that the plan? Did they plan to rise up that field? Why not like, why is it rising up like this? Why is it not like 20% or what? Why is the plan so weak? Why you guys don't really have any confidence anymore? You know, shit like that I would say. So yeah. Yeah, it's a shame. And once you one of the best looking engine out there, they fell into the same failure as Crystal Tools. What is Crystal Tools? I think it's one of the engine as well that make probably something. What is Crystal Tool? I don't know. Maybe it's Final Fantasy tools, right? To make Final Fantasy game. Is that what it is? Crystal Tool, Square Enix. Yes, a game engine that made which one? Final Fantasy 13? Oh. Wait, Crystal 2 is super good. Why did they not use this? Final Fantasy 13 was like awesome. Holy shit. Previous game engine before Luminous, it was used in Final Fantasy 13 CS14 version, first version, and Type 0 was 13. Holy crap. Crystal 2, they could be improved that, right? They should improve that actually. So yeah, so you know, revenue drop, revenue up, that's just what that is. The trading trend in financial indicator, current medium-term management plan offers only vague direction and addressing individual management challenges, leaving us unconvinced of the sufficiency of its measure. This is on the shareholder side, because they are not convinced with like the plan that they have. So if we can see here, stagnation in growth, weak sales in the HD game segment, fragmentation of development portfolio, KPI. Oh shit, yeah, they don't really actually disclose stuff, huh? Yeah, they don't disclose stuff. Concrete measure, insufficient content, plan execution one not disclosed. So it's really inconvenient for shareholders to actually make sure what is the thing. When allocating a human talent and development investment, prioritize title with strong potential to be loved for years, while also enhancing the skill sets of the core teams responsible for developing titles that sustain each IP. Aggressively pursue a multi-platform strategy for HD titles that includes Nintendo platforms, PlayStation, Xbox, and PC. I think like people these days, I think that all this company, in Japanese company, I think they probably faces problem like this where the company get too big. So people because it's a hierarchy society, so there is like a hierarchy things that's at play, and Japanese people, they really want to have this culture where you respect the elders and stuff, right? I mean, like in Asian, that's probably just what it is. So when Square Enix made up their very first time, they're very small. Everybody, most of the people, they're on the same level. They might have some people up above a little bit, but all the people basically are on the same level. So when they try to make something, they can really just say it out loud. But nowadays, it really feels like a really huge company. And this is what I don't like about Final Fantasy recently, especially when Yoshi P actually said this. And it's like, he's saying it like he's proud of it or something like that. And I really hated that, which is, he said, like one of the interviewer asked him, like, so how many people actually work in this project? At first I was so like, and then he said, like, at first I was so busy with Final Fantasy 14, I was kind of want to reject the project for Final Fantasy 16 because I don't think I can handle 2 projects at once. And then we would say like, you know what, but during the I think it was like around 2015 or so, around that time, they just have like probably 2 or 3 people handling that case during that time, handling that game. And during the 2 or 3 people that come up with the concept and stuff, including him, and then he decided like, so we add up more people now. Slowly we add up more people, and then we add up like, and then it become like 10 people, and then we added up, and it become like 20 people, and then we add up, we become like 30 people, and then I think it's like probably it's around 100 to 200 people ish. And I was like, you don't even know how many people working on your game. That's a huge problem and ick from me. I don't like that idea of like when a video game is costing so many people to make one video game, where it lost that identity. Most of the people who is into that project, it's very hard to communicate. Most of them communicate even through like probably like, I don't know, like the in-company communication system, or maybe they have a Discord, they just do that and something. I don't think they will have a meeting and they meet all 200 people at once all the time. It's so unrealistic. And I don't think it's gonna be like you gotta open up a hall just to have a meeting all the time, and that's just not realistic. And so they will be like communicating between one of the small groups will have a supervisor, and then a supervisor with all these teams. That is a very like dislocated, like, a very disconnected way of communication and conduct in creating a video game, an art thing, And I that's why I was like, they have too many people making one game. And that's the problem. And then he said like very proudly, we got 200 people making on this game. I was like, that is the problem, dude. 200 people making that one game. That's the problem. Don't you see it? That's what's my opinion on that. So yeah, I guess they pursue a multi-platform strategy. HD title that includes Nintendo platform, PlayStation. So they announced this. This is like what? This is like they announced that. Ensure that our development process strikes a good balance between a product out approach driven by content reflecting the creativity that springs from our employee imagination, and market in approach driven by customers' voices and market rents. Deploy promotional initiative on launching. I don't know about this, to be honest, guys. Aggressively pursue multi-platform. Man. Like I really like Final Fantasy 7 in the term of dignity, in the term of self-respect. You have a self-respect to the company, you have self-respect to the IP, and that IP itself, it was like, again, the change, the one that we showed just now, right? Final Fantasy 7. And when we see it was here. When we see like until 6, it was all Super Famicom or Nintendo, and then they have some weird shit happening between 94 to 97, and then they become PlayStation. PlayStation is the one who picked them up, and then they make Final Fantasy into shape and make it possible. This is just the same thing with Bayonetta having a huge respect, right, with Nintendo, because Bayonetta, why am I keep changing? Because Bayonetta apparently they got sold. The Sega sold them because it was a full contract with Sega, but Sega sold them, and then it become Nintendo Switch. So during Bayonetta 1, it released in almost everywhere, but then Bayonetta 2 and 3, it was on a Switch, and they thought they're gonna change Switch, right? It was on Switch. The decision received backlash since the game would not be available in other platform. That is because, like, that's the same thing with like Final Fantasy 7 or any what is that, like, exclusivity thing. But this is like the way that Kamiya handling this is that they hold a strong gratefulness to Nintendo for allowing them to keep making Bayonetta. And so, I know even after Bayonetta 2, and then they still can make Bayonetta 3. If this game is really that shit, right? Like, oh, Blacklash shit, they would not have Bayonetta 3. So it actually sold quite well. So, you know, and then even so around the copies on here as well. The Wii U as well. So that game itself, I think it's actually did not bad. But we also need to see things as during then as in like during this time, not a lot of people play video games, so we can't calculate the player time and the sales like today, because like today we have more players, we have like probably times 4 times 5 more players than back in the day. Like, I mean, like, we just use Steam for Steam DB, because it's the most clear that we can see, right? Steam DB player base. Is that what it is? Not user count. Is that how you Steam calculator? Is that what it is? How do you charge user? How do you check Steam user? God damn it, I don't know how to check that. Throughout the years, so I want to check like whole user throughout the years, but it's fine. I don't know. But if you see that, there is a graph. There is a graph that says I know, man. Let me see. Steam user throughout the years. It's like 10 of millions of monthly user in late. Because I know right now we have around like 40 million, right? Is this how you see this? This is when? Oh, I think this is the one, but this is like, oh yeah, this is the one, right? If you see like max, like in 2004, we only have these few people from here. From here, let's just say it's like 2010. If it's 2010, it only got like 2 million people. 2013 and stuff, we only have like around this. This like, for example, right? You know, during that time, people that is inside here. But if you calculate this, you can also calculate like what happened in between the other platform, like PlayStation or Nintendo. They could have like, maybe they start much more higher, but you know, numbers has just always been increasing. That people playing video games and stuff, like it's more mainstream these days. And so calculating sales during back then, like Bayonetta sold only 3,000 copies. It's not equivalent with today's 1 million copy. It's not equivalent to that. Maybe it's even more than that, because if you check a game that changes the whole game, Castlevania Symphony of the Night did not even actually hit. Castlevania Symphony of the Night didn't even actually hit 1 million copy during that time when they were sold, because this game right now is around 1 million plus, but it's like right now. This like so many years have passed, but that's just how many it is. But I think around during that time, they only sold around like 600k copy of it. But this game changes the whole Metroidvania genre, and everybody who played the game before, they know this is like the biggest and the most biggest Castlevania game out there. And this number during back then, it could equivalent to like 10 million copy or something for today's world. So that's one of the things that we should bear in mind when we actually search this kind of thing. So, you know, that's just what it is. So yeah. And hold on, let me see. I'm a developer not using engines. Probably Asian developer can get away from putting out rubbish unless they are Nintendo. Nintendo is a very weird thing as well. Like, the thing is about Nintendo is Nintendo has been going out for like so long. It's such a long company, and Japan is a country or is a culture where they want to worship something. Oh, Nintendo-sama. Nintendo-sama. They want to worship that. I keep saying this. They go, so they let's have this different thing. They would never fall, like, because they just want to worship that thing. That might actually happens with like other company right now, for like Capcom or anything like that. They just want to worship those big companies. They're not like Western kind of mindset where it's much more individual and nothing is too big to fail kind of thing, But that does imply, but it's still like, they do want to worship. So Nintendo is probably one of those exception where even though if they do a lot of bad shit with their company, they will still manage to get away from it. Definitely. So yeah. For Wii U titles, Bayonetta 2 sold quite well from what I remember. Yeah, even though didn't Wii U have a lot of problem? It was a failed console as well. Bayonetta 1 is better than the MC1. Definitely it is, because it released later on. I think Bayonetta 1 is more like a Devil May Cry 5 or something in the proper sense, because that's what 5th games from Kamiya. So yeah. Is it a 3rd game? A 4th game from Kamiya or 5th game? I don't know. I'm not sure if Devil May Cry 4 is being touched by Kamiya or not. I don't know. But yeah, you know what? That's what it is. Okay, so I think this is where they just show that they're not showing enough methods, and they're not being transparent enough with their things to the investors, especially, I would say, and also to the public as well. So that's why it's like deficiency in product design and stuff. They didn't disclose anything. Everything is not disclosed, right? Like, everything is all not disclosed. Is that what it means? It's sufficient content, and pick out on DQW underutilizing license opportunity, big cross media revenue, lagging merchandise. I think that's what it means around here. So yeah, leaving us unconvinced so it's everything is just not disclosed. That's just what it is. So they're not being transparent enough with the thing, but actually that's true, because nobody actually really know what happened to Final Fantasy. We know with Final Fantasy 16 they sold around 3 million copies. Then after that they never really tell us how many copies it sold. They never really told. I think they might have rise up a little bit from there, but they never really tell us all the updates. And for Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth, it's more worse because they didn't disclose anything at all. They're just being very, 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 very not transparent. They're just, kind of hiding a lot of shit. Okay, furthermore, from the standpoint of maximizing corporate values, what the hell is happening? Sorry about that, guys. Yes, dude. Okay. Furthermore, from the standpoint of maximizing corporate value. I'm sorry about that, guys. My stuff is just getting so weird. Okay. Current Square Enix current medium-term management plan appears to face a numerous additional challenge. Absence of a company-wide strategy. So there's no strategy. Absence of business portfolio strategy. Absence of management strategy on non-gaming businesses. Absence on capital allocation policy based on ROIC. So is this like this dude, this company 3D Eye Partners, they bought the shares and then they realized they lack of all this information from Square Enix, and then they made up this thing as well. And then on the way, it's like, yeah, do you have anything to say, other people? Okay, get it up, everything together, everything just get all together, And then they all like, oh, now we have this 100 pages of documents, bam, and then in front of Square Enix during May. That's crazy, man, if you think about it. And then lack of commitment and transparency. Yeah, true. Towards shareholders as well. Not only shareholders, even public, I would say. I don't know, I think we should just say gamers as well, right? Because that's what their that's what their customer is. So there are lack of a lot of transparency towards the gamers as well. Absence of commitment to maximizing corporate value, justification of low-level management targets, non-disclosure and lack of commitment to key KPI including unit sales, insufficient explanation for unreasonable corporate action, non-implemented for share buybacks. Wait, what? Unreasonable corporate action? Like what? Like what kind? Absence of a concrete review of the previous medium-term management plan that fell short. Okay, that was the midterm things, right? Man. That's crazy. Okay, section 1. Challenge of the medium-term management plan. So what is this? However, Square Enix's current medium-term management plan raises concern as to whether it can effectively resolve these management challenges. Repose, what do you mean by that? An expression that appears to justify the neglect of critical management challenges, failure of present concrete measures or individual management challenge. Okay. Square Enix's current medium-term management plan appears to justify the lackluster performance under the slogan reboot. This is like the same thing that we read just now. Oh, okay, this is like... Wait, it says it's 100 page, but isn't this just like the same thing that we read just now? Oh, so these are repos. Okay, that's we can skip those. Okay, furthermore, Square Enix's current medium-term management plan appears to present numerous additional issues when assessed from the perspective of maximizing corporate value. Absence of a company-wide strategy, lack of commitment and transparency. Okay, isn't that the same thing? Did we read this before? Let me see. Is there anything interesting though? I don't think I have to read every single shit though. Evaluation criteria. This is a absence of business portfolio strategy in formulating and executing a business portfolio strategy. Following these three perspectives is indispensable. Evaluation criteria, business portfolio strategy, monitoring mechanism, and frameworks. What is this? Let's read the highlight in this. Diversified cooperation. The management of the business portfolio, including review, must be undertaken with due regard on cost, capital, and deliberation at the board, directors, and other forums, and concrete implementation. Oh, what? They actually bought more share recently, so this document could just be employed to a lower price. They actually, yeah, they bought like, now it's like 15%, more than 15%. That they're actually holding right now, from what I saw. I didn't expect the Rebirth to win Game of the Year. That's why they got salty. I am salty about that as well. But then again, during that time they did Stellar Blade, so it's pretty hard. I don't think it's Monkey B, Random Monkey B. Random Monkey B is definitely not the Game of the Year. A lot of people want it to be the Game of the Year, but it's not. Like for me, it's still like, even though right now, you know, like I see that game is just that is like a lack of culture understanding and a lack of like what Wukong is. Nobody know what Wukong is, but the gameplay is so Souls-like, so everybody just like it, right? A casual Souls-like game. and then for Western people, they kind of have this weird moral value where they see sexy people and attractive characters, they just straight ahead don't really want to play the game. I don't see Penguin Zero or Moist Critical play Stellar Blade. I didn't see Maximilian Dude play Stellar Blade. The only one that I saw that play Stellar Blade was like Asmongo or something, right? All the other huge people, they don't really play them because they got like, oh, hot characters is inside. It's just good. There's some weird like, and then they played the game behind. I was like, that's not fair. Isn't that is that really fair? That's not fair in like a term where, you know, when you take a look at things and stuff like that. And then when the game went to a country where people don't care about this kind of shit, where people just say things as what it is, especially like in Asian country right now, like, you know, like Japan, Korea, China, and they just saw that game and just like, this game is awesome. We buy the game, we play the game, we enjoy the game, and now you win rewards. And now you win awards, and now you win you win billions of dollars, and yeah, you are worth more than that. And PlayStation was really happy with Stellar Blade, actually. That they tried to counter it, like, you know, I think they did try to communicate with them and try to make the game exclusive, but Tifa was like, nah. Random Monkey Bee was still better than Rebirth. I don't think so. I don't think Random Monkey Bee, that's just a rage bait. So, that's what that is. Absence, business, portfolio strategy. I don't know, man. Like, all these things is just too much. Too much stuff that is for the shareholders. Again, you know what do I expect? I was expecting to see more numbers and more fun stuff, but these are all just shareholder stuff, so it's fine. Absence, business portfolio strategy 2.2. Management plan does not articulate business portfolio strategy systematically reflect this perspective. Okay, the same thing. Non-disclosure evaluation criteria, not disclose completeness of disclosure in the midterm management plan. So they don't have any plan. Are you sure? Or they just don't disclose it? I don't know. So our long-term vision and new corporate philosophy structure. There's a lot of title here, right? Neo the Model, Octopath 2, Life is Strange. Didn't they remove this already? Sorry about that. Talking too much, reading too much. I'm getting phlegm. Romancing Saga, Downtrade, this is 514. Okay. Positioning our new medium-term business plan. Absence of management strategy, and this is kind of interesting. Wait, what the hell is this? Can I see a huge version of this? Is there a huge version of that? This kind of like almost like the same thing, right? Strategy for non-gaming. Define a digital entertainment business. Okay. Our core business, digital entertainment, is by nature the business format and impose relatively small burden on the environment. Within the 35 page of medium-term management plan, only 2 pages are devoted to the policy of the amusement and publishing businesses. The vast majority of the remaining pages are allocated to explaining the policies and digital entertainment businesses. I'm gonna add, you need to translate all of these and add subtitles. I'm gonna need you to translate all of these and add subtitles. What do you mean? You mean like I need to go here and do that? Is that what it is? This is gonna be more easier for me to understand, but more harder for you guys to understand. Because I don't know, man. I feel like English sometimes just use all these bombastic words to just confuse people by just like, it's a very weird languages that they try to like, like make people don't understand things. While in Japanese, it's pretty straightforward. When you say 1, 2, 3, they would just say 1, 2, 3, right? But in English, they would be say like first, second, third. Wait, what happened to 1, 2, 3? I thought it was 1, 2, 3. No, first, second, third. What? First, second, third. Okay. How about management? And then you'll be like, okay, management. And then they'll be like, handling. Handling? So what is different between handling and management? And then but in this day, they'll be like, just like KA. That's it. KA. We're just handling things. Or management, I guess. For example, that's what I'm talking about. I don't understand anything from this doc. Because it's just a boring dog area that I am trying to find the interesting parts of it, right? So all of this is just the midterm things that is not really that interesting for us because it's more on the side of the shareholders part. That's why I can see a lot of people that when they make the videos on this, they skip a lot of stuff and they just talk about something that is relevant for them. Because yeah, it's 100 pages of stuff, but most of this stuff right now that I'm seeing, I'm trying to nitpick some interesting part that is relevant for us gamers instead of reading the whole thing like a corporate meeting. That's not what we want to know. This is something probably what we want to know. Like justification on demanding manager targets. Square Enix current medium-term management plan is limited to financial target set at a low level, falling below the average peer companies. So revenue growth rate. What is this? Actually means Square Enix. So revenue growth rate. 3 years forecast. Average actual result of 6 competitors, 11%. Operating profit margin, 15%. So it drops. This it's actually from here, but it drops. Is that what they are talking about? It drops like 25%. It drops. If that's what I understand. Like this one is like from 18%, it drops to 10%. What a weird way. But wait. The 6 competitors are Electronic Arts, Bandai Namco Holding, Konami, Nexon, Capcom, and Koei. Interesting how they choose. Actually, one of them is Korean, and one of them is Western, and all the others are the Japanese, which is kind of relevant for them, but I don't know. Oh, look at that. This is somehow we can see Capcom's midterm management plan. Not only Square Enix. This is the part, right? I think like from that just now that we can skip is to here, which is the non-disclosure and non-commitment key to performance indicator, including sales. Square Enix current medium management plan does not disclose target for key performance indicators such as unit sales. They never disclose anything for Square Enix, and that's true because people wanted to know, but there's nothing to know. They are not transparent enough. But meanwhile, Capcom just like, bam, let me show you Capcom's management plan. Look at this. You know what? We don't understand what it is really, but it is reaching up higher. It just keeps rising up higher. Achieve annual sales of 100 million unit in a long term. I kind of find this funny though. Like they somehow we are looking at a Square Enix document, but we also can see documents from Capcom. All these YouTubers are going crazy over this document and they haven't shown anything juicy yet except for being jealous of Capcom. I'm doing that right now as well, man. Like, look at that. I'm not being... I don't... Look at this. I find this very funny because it's like, why can't you see Capcom details? Is this consented? Like, is this... Did Capcom know about this? I didn't know my stuff is going to be shown at side of Square Enix. Oh shit, now we cannot have a collaboration with Monster Hunter and Final Fantasy anymore. They make us look bad. And the Square Enix saying that. Non-disclosure for non-commitment key performance indicator including unit sales. Even in financial result presentation material, Square Enix does not disclose unit sales data at level. Meanwhile, Capcom. Monster Hunter Wilds Lifetime, they sold this much. Monster Hunter World, they sold this much. And they're showing the sales ranking for Capcom. So the most highest right now is Monster Hunter Wild during that time. I think it's like March or something. And then Word is second. Resident Evil 4 the third. And then Iceborne, Rise, Sunbreak, Village, Resident Evil 2, Biohazard, Street Fighter 6, Devil May Cry. They're making Resident Evil 3, Dragon Dogma 2. This game just released quite recent, and yet it is so bad. Yeah, I think this is like the year on March 25, right? Or is it 25? Which is this year March. I think this is this year March presentation on the sales ranking. So total company unit sales by catalog titles and stuff. Capcom shows everything. Square Enix did not show anything. Package download. Capcom did show something. Square Enix, to be fair, Square Enix did show as well, and by region they did show as well. But the sales by fiscal year, Capcom shows, it doesn't disclose, cumulative. Capcom, yes. Square Enix, no. Square Enix is hiding something. Square Enix is hiding something, man. Square Enix is definitely hiding something. Insufficient rationale for unreasonable corporate action, one of two. Although Square Enix established 20 billion yen share buyback authorization under the new medium-term management plan, no execution has taken place. What is this? This is main to report. Okay, dude. Oh yeah. I remember this. There's a YouTuber talking about this that makes me kind of understand what it is. So there is the stock that drops, right? So when it drops, you know what? this is the time that you should buy your stocks, right? This is the time and the price is low enough that you should buy, and then now the price is rises up here. So the CEO did not make any movement on buying the stock, which causes them to ask that question. This is like the share price downturn driven by disappointment with the new medium-term management plan. So it drops here, right? It drops here, but like, why didn't you buy back the shares during that time? Like, why didn't you do so? There's no like, you know, although established 20 million share buyback authorization under the new medium management plan, no execution taken place. They didn't buy that, and then apparently they did actually explain something that from the CEO did actually explain why they didn't buy it. I think it's over here regarding to the status and completion of share buybacks. The rationale of avoiding violation of an insider trading regulation provides no explanation whatsoever for the failure to act expeditiously to share buybacks in the immediate aftermath of the post-announcement share price collapse. So is this what they say? In order to avoid... Wait, what? No, this is down below here. Okay. Square Enix announced below status the share repurchase of the board directors approved on May 13 under provision on company articles incorporated pursuant to Article 459, Paragraph 1 of the Company Act of Japan. May 13, 2025 marked the conclusion of the period share repurchase that the company board director may approve on 13. What? Square Enix should, with transparency, explain to shareholders why it missed the optimal opportunity to enhance corporate value by conducting high ROIC share buybacks during the period of precipitous share price deadline. So they didn't actually explain? I thought they did explain though. With respect of the failure to repurchase share, the explanation has not been confined to generalities and substance provides no meaningful justification. We will explore the most suitable timing of repurchasing share, taking into account factors such as broader equity markets and risks related to our businesses, while also working within the confined general timing restriction imposed on share buybacks order. Our emphasis on striking a balance between growth investment and share returns when allocating our strategy investment budget, 80 to 100 billion yen, as earmarked within our medium business plan, so you have serve a basis for our deliberation. Is this what they said? And then there's no substance? Is that what it is? Oh, in May 2024, you announced the setting. Can this be zoom in? I think you can, right? Okay. In May 2024, it's announced to be setting share repurchase parameters, but you haven't yet to repurchase any share. Why is that? We will explore the most suitable timing for repurchasing shares, taking into account factors such as the broader equity market and risks related to our businesses, while also working within the confine of the general timing restriction imposed on share buybacks orders. Our emphasis is on striking a balance between growth, investment. So this is what they're saying. So this is what they said. It doesn't mean anything, right? Because I don't understand what they're talking about. What? No way. So that's why I said it's like the explanation has not been confined generalities and substance provides no meaningful justification. But, okay, never mind. So that was one of the funny things that I found out there. big opportunity, but they did not buy anything. they missed the chance, just like how Cloud missed the chance to touch Tifa's boobs or something, or kiss her or something. Did they kiss? I don't know. Absence and concrete reviews on the unmet previous medium-term management plan 2 of 3. Okay. Nevertheless, the lack of specific explanation regarding to the cause of this significant shortfall. Lack of specificity regarding underlying causes. What is this? HD game development profitability. Launched many titles, but some failed to live up to a profit expectation, especially outsourced titles and some AAA titles. Yeah, it happens everywhere, man. I mean, like, this guy getting mad, but do you know what's happening to gaming world right now? It's slowdown in SD games, unable to hit titles of offset maturation in Japanese market, aging of existing titles. Insufficient group wide okay, never mind. So insufficiency of quantitative analysis. So they just getting like, you know, just getting a lot of slap in the face, I would say, by this shareholder thing. Your lack of this, your lack of this, your lack of this, man. You are bad. Like, it's so Asian. It's like it's like you never do good. You what? Only 2% profit? You're supposed to be hitting 200%. Only 2% profit. That's what actually happened around here. Damn. Okay, I'm not interested in that. I think it's fine, I guess. Stagnation of revenue growth, HD. Okay, this is like same thing. Did I see that before? Is this the same thing? Oh shit, what the hell? Weak performance on new release is evidenced from sharp declining trend in series unit sales. Final Fantasy 15 drop. Final Fantasy 16 only sold, like, Final Fantasy 15 sold 10 million copies, right? Final Fantasy 16 only 3 million. And I don't actually believe this. This is like the part that I don't really feel as well. It's like source literature review, third-party research organization. It could mean like just X. They might have just based on X, because this is like the official thing that they announced during 2023. That's the unit sales number that they announced. But this is like the lifetime, from what I know. And then Dragon Quest, like, this is like the one that they announced on X as well, if you check X. And after that, they never announced anything. So, you know, but Monster Hunter X, look at that. I feel like, you know what happened? Like, you grab this side right here, this Monster Hunter side right here. You saw this number, and then you stack it here. I feel like that's what happening to Capcom. That's me though. I feel like that's what happened to Capcom. So Capcom will you get like jump here, which is here. Now they will jump here for the next copy. Like Monster Hunter WoW's copy was so, like, the optimization issue was so bad that their reputation actually kind of drops. And then with all the unbalance of, like, they spent around 1 year never really addressed the issue until recent year with that new update thing. They say they want to try to fix this issue with optimization, and then I know that's their number one problem, so they are trying to fix that issue, because that's the thing with this game, is that Monster Hunter Wilds is an open world game and it's made with RE engine, and Dragon Dogma 2 was the same thing. It was an open world game made with RE engine. RE engine is just not suitable to do this kind of stuff, this kind of like performance, and I think that's what is happening. I'm not pretty sure if that's really the case, but so far from what we see, RE engine is such a, if you see like the latest, like, you know, like Resident Evil, it is so high fidelity, very beautiful, like, you know, like very, the graphic is like very high tier, like very clear, high definition kind of like graphic. But in order to maintain that kind of graphic in an open world space, it's really kind of impossible. So I think like RE engine really run well in a small alley, like, you know, like a cover up area, instead of an area where you run around in an open world space. So if they don't fix that issue, this is what happened next, I guess. Because they could make the next game for Monster Hunter become a Monster Hunter cinematic version. They will have a lot of cinematics that happen in that game, because this is a open world Final Fantasy game. This is a open world Monster Hunter game. Open world Monster Hunter game, open world Final Fantasy game. The next thing they're gonna do is gonna hit this mark with cinematic Monster Hunter game. They've probably been doing that with Monster Hunter Stories, but but isn't Monster Hunter Stories is something like this? Monster Hunter was maybe, did they hit this? They complain Square don't release number like Capcom, but this report of have sales number from somewhere. yes, that's true. They have a lot of games and stuff. Oh boy. Okay, let's go for the next one. I don't know. I feel like that's what's gonna happen. if no. One thing is that this is not gonna be cinematic for Monster Hunter. This is gonna be Rainbow. They're gonna release Monster Hunter Rainbow, Monster Hunter Diversify. That's the latest Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter Diversify. Our character is gender fluid character. There was no they're already doing that now. It's like type 1, type 2 body type, so they're already kind of doing that. but it will be worse. It will be, we're gonna have a blue hair lady that like to eat meat to be in that. So if they don't really show that this is Capcom futures, man. So yeah, we're so high because it was the first Monster Hunter game in ages, and not to jump in improvement, but also multi-platform. I think worst success comes from number one, they went from portable stuff that is super popular with, like, like they've been doing a lot of portable shit with Nintendo Switch, Nintendo DS, with PSP, and they decided to go into that main thing because they know PS3 works. In PS3, there is the HD version of Monster Hunter, and people liked it. Everybody in Japan, everybody liked that. And so they see that potential in that area, and they decided to make the Whir. And it was, yeah, like what you said, right? It's a multi cross-platform. At first, they did not cross-platform. There was just huge. You can only play the game between like PlayStation and stuff, right? And after that, they decided to make the game into cross-platform. And then it cross-platform, and then it's like, oh shit, it's much more bigger and stuff. And then because of the Steam release and stuff, and just release up again, and that's just bring up more people. Like, I think Steam releasing the game on Steam was the right choice they did, as in the sense where that's where the Western players start to play. Before that, Western play is very niche, right? It's like a Dragon God game where it's like, oh, only a few people know that. But of course, in Asia, it's a huge game. In Asia, everybody probably played Monster Hunter. but in the West, from what I understand, is that Monster Hunter is not as huge at all. Like in a sort of sense, it's just like the same thing with I don't know, like maybe like that kind of like cozy games feel kind of thing. Like, because Monster Hunter back in the day was really a you have to farm. You can build your own farm. You can farm shit. You can mine stuff. You can, take care of animals and stuff. It's kind of like mixture of a bit of a, I wouldn't say until Harvest Moon, but there is that kind of like little bit of sandbox stuff that you have to grind and you have to mine, and it's a very grindy game, and it makes a lot of sense when it's in a PSP or DS because you can move it around anywhere at any time. You can just keep grinding and grinding and grinding, but when they get into Whir throw away every one of those elements. They just throw it away, and they make it much more easier for people to access and play. And instead of being like this Monster Hunter game, it becomes like a Monster Hunter boss rush game where you really just hunt monster. And somehow releasing the game from Steam, it really rises up like a lot of people to play the game. And this is like lifetime sales as well, so it's not really like a now sales. I do want to agree that this game stays here. This is their first week sales, by the way. In their very first week, this is their sales. And this one, I think this is like gross, but this game was actually made for Nintendo Switch. So releasing this much is definitely not only Switch, but also something else as well. So it's a very very sleazy, very cheesy kind of comparison, and that's what I take from here, right? Because no way this is just the first week sales, and they definitely rises up just a tiny bit. Even though it's not 4 million or what, but I think it could hit around 50 or something. But I don't know, like 350 or anything like that. But this is the first week sales. I think that's just my take on that. So it's kind of like, are you really sure, like, where did they get the source and stuff like that? And again, they just check the source, like, from what I explained just now. And but they can know the exact number is because they are being very transparent about it. They're being very transparent about their sales number, but Square Enix was not. So they just speculate. That's what I know, right? From what we saw just now, they just speculate from whatever available in the public. And I think that's just what I take from that. Dispersion of development portfolio. Square Enix allocation development expenditure to core IP 1 is limited, and the revenue returns of development costs are inefficient. Allocation of development expenditures to core IP lags behind competitors. What is this? So Capcom is like 60. What is this? Core IP, other IP. So this is the core IP, and this is the other IP. Okay. What is this core IP? Square Enix core IP defined as Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest. It's defined as Monster Hunter, Resident Evil, and Street Fighter. The genre of the game is just so wide. Monster Hunter RPG, Resident Evil horror game, Street Fighter fighting game. How could you compare something like that to Square Enix, which is just RPG and RPG? I don't know, guys. RPG and RPG? What? Oh boy. I didn't like where demo combat feels so weird. I skip items. Is that what it is? But bought it after Iceborne DLC, and it becomes one of the best games I ever played. Rise, however, was so disappointing. Rise, you can do a lot of like crazy, movement and stuff, which I never played, so I never played that game. That itself says a lot. Like, it didn't appeal to me. Rise did not appeal to me. But I kind of wanted to play Rise for one reason, because I saw Nikkei mods in it. You can actually change yourself into Scarlet. So that's probably something I would be interested in. But yeah, so revenue in Square Enix core IP development significantly lag behind competitors. So this is the core IP. Revenue initial development cost multiple. So is this what? This is Square. This is Capcom. Holy shit! Why are you comparing to? Damn, guys. Let me tell you one thing. Let me try to defend. Is this the one? Okay, this is the one. You know what I said? I said improve yourself. Do not compare yourself with others, but be the better version of yourself from the previous self. Who you should compare? Compare yourself to yourself, especially the old you. Now you should be improved. You should be better. You should be Spoiler alert, I be better. Spoiler alert, I got better. New record, guys. I did it. Taki Games, I did it. You say 6 minutes, I did 6 minutes. If you say 69 minutes, I'm sorry, never mind. 69 seconds, I can do it in 69 seconds as well. Improve yourself. Stop comparing, man. Ah, shit. Compared to Capcom. Capcom is right now the most rising #1 top company in Japan. What are you talking about? I kind of get it, because they're kind of like, Square Enix used to be top. What happened? They complain Square Enix have high expense in the HD games, but at the same time complain that they want more expenditures of those core IP. What is this? I don't know, man. That's true, huh? I didn't see it that way. You are right. You're definitely right. You are definitely right. They complain them being that, spending too much money, and now they want them to put that out much more as well, spending more money. They could put the Ubisoft in there and make themselves look good. They definitely should have done that. I think it's an honor that people compare Square Enix to Capcom. Oh, I got a coffee, by the way, because I know this is gonna be a business talk, so I got myself a coffee. If I have a smoke, that would be great, but I don't smoke, so that's what it is. So we just have some really bitter coffee, and then we talk like businessmen. And yeah. Deficiency in platform selection. Square Enix AAA titles are relatively limited in terms of supported platforms. Global based. This is the thing that I said again, right? About the dignity thing. Final Fantasy was well known for being a PlayStation franchise. PlayStation 4, PlayStation 4, PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5. I mean 5, 4. Monster Hunter becoming a multi-platform company in a very early stage. They decided to release every single game on PC, Xbox, and PlayStation because they don't have that kind of the same kind of exclusivity with PlayStation. They don't have that kind of business relationship. They're pretty open. From back in the day, they released a game for Nintendo with Mega Man and stuff, right? They released game on that. Then after that, when X came out, they make a game for X, and that was on Nintendo as well at first, and then they released that on PlayStation as well. And then after that, later on, they released the games on like Resident Evil and stuff on PlayStation because of the 3D. But I think they did release it on Sega Saturn as well. So they've been well known for multi-platform since day one. Since back in the day, they released I think Resident Evil. It was on Sega Saturn and Dreamcast. No, is it Dreamcast? No. Was it on GameCube? Wait, what? Resident Evil 1. Sorry about that. That's flam, mucus, shit. Gotta put it out. I guess that's just what happened to every streamer. So they just talk too much and then they just have mucus and shit. Wait. Let me go to this. Jeff will sub 6 minutes soon. Wait, what? 6 minutes? Damn, did Taki challenge you to beat the demo in 6 minutes? Yeah. No. Taki just mentioned that that's the guy that did that in YouTube videos during then. That's the regular apparently. But that dude did that in the casual, in the easy mode. In the easy mode. And but I was like, oh, I can try to do this in the standard difficulty. So I do that in the casuals, not in the standard difficulty with 6 minutes. And I did that. Yes, I'm gonna upload that video so you guys can see it later on. So, just before I go to sleep, I'm gonna upload that. Don't worry about it. Oh yeah, Resident Evil 1 for the GameCube, Nintendo. Right? They were known as a multi-platform place. They always been releasing games in multi-platform. They don't have that restriction like Square Enix have, or that partnership with Square Enix with PlayStation. I'm trying to say PlayStation. They never did that. So yeah, platform Square, PlayStation, Sega Saturn. That's what I know. Like it comes out with multi-platform even back in the day. So this is very unfair, to be honest, to compare them like this with Capcom, because this is very impressive that it can sell this much copy with just one platform. this much copy with just one platform. Like, this thing did not fail. Monster Hunter WoW on PlayStation 4 only sold around here. Imagine if this game is only on PlayStation. Like, you know, none of this number will rise, right? Maybe it will rise a bit like this, almost like the same number. So I don't agree with this comparison. Like, I really strongly don't agree. And Rebirth as well was exclusive, the same thing, right? 16 was exclusive, and then managed to make this much. So wait, what are you talking about here? Is this 100 million? No, 10 million? What is this? Why is it 100? What do you mean 100? Wait, how am I not be able to calculate that? Like, what is this so weird? Sorry about the awkwardness of the music stops. I don't know why it stops, but it should not be stopping. Did my internet die? I just said the most fastest run is 5 or 6 minutes. I've been really good at games, then these speed runs are crazy. Didn't know about already do that. I demand a no-hit perfect parry videos on New Simon. There's a New Simon? And yeah, of course Ongbao did it. Yeah, Capcom is always multi-platform company. Square, on the other hand, so it comes from Zero PS Studio for a good bit. Yeah, I actually agree that they got more dignity, they got more self-respect in my way. This is like the bitch that just sleeps with everybody. This is like the guy who is so loyal with the people that actually brought built them up. So the reason why I buy PlayStation was always because of Final Fantasy. That's why I'm a Final Fantasy fan. That's what that is. Shit, man, what the hell is wrong with this thing? Something is wrong with my internet right now. Okay, cool. So it should be fine right now. So yeah, so move on. Let's just move on. Deficiencies. Capcom is always yeah, those are millions. Those are the user base. Million user base on PlayStation. Oh, this is a users. Did they say users? They say unit, right? So unit mean users? Oh shit. So it's 100 million users? What the fuck? 100 million users on place? Holy shit. Damn. And this is my argument with this, actually. Like, why people don't buy from the other side? Because people from the other side, they don't know Final Fantasy. This is like the tourists. They're trying to get into their lane, but Capcom is already well known for the other platform. That's my hot takes. My hot takes on it. That's me defending Square Enix. Okay, deficiency in product design. Square Enix recently released core titles that have received poor user evaluation, highlighting shortcomings in product design. Recently released core titles and has been harshly criticized. If you guys prepared to laugh. Holy shit, this guy is based on Metacritic. God damn it, you based the thing on Metacritic? Means source base means user. Oh, okay. Man, now I know new things. But yeah, again, so this thing is based on Metacritic. Even though I kind of agree some of them. Outdated and frustrating gameplay. What are you talking about? Outdated. So what? So I'm not supposed to make turn-based? Wasn't this game turn-based? What do you mean by outdated? What do you mean by outdated? Like, why are you following Metacritic? I thought you guys want turn-based. What do you mean by outdated? Low quality that betrayed fan expectation. Did it betray you guys? People who played Final Fantasy 16? I had a great time. The turn-based and active time battle system that fans love has been replaced. ... The music which FF is famous for is replaced by generic orchestra cinematic fantasy string. Watch Asmongo video. I don't have that much audience. If I have that much audience, I would tell you guys watch my video. But each time when this guy appears, everybody's yelling one thing. Soken! Holy shit, Soken is crazy! Soken! Soken! It's like Mooding, but it's like Soken, you know. Soken is doing everything. Soken! Get away, stupid lo-fi, get away. Shut up! Shut up! Soken! That's what I saw. Everybody loved the music. What are you talking about, Metacritic? And I think this is like a very absence of lack of. I think they are not gamers. that's the proof. You guys didn't play the game. You guys follow a Metacritic score. God damn it. Or in all, Final Fantasy 16. I mean, like, this is like the topic that people talk about these days. This doesn't really just goes with 16. Even goes with like a lot of all those action turn-based, like even 15, even what is it? 7 remake as well. And is there any others? Like, I don't understand why, but why is Type 0 okay? Why is Dissidia okay? Maybe because it's not a core number. Maybe that's why. That's the reason. So why Square Enix don't listen to fan remains eternal questions, and this is true. I agree with this. I don't know why they don't listen to fans. Or in all, Final Fantasy 16 heartbreaking Final Fantasy fans. But I also know why they do this. As again, I told you guys about the worship culture that they have. This is why, like, I believe even Nintendo doesn't listen to fan. If not, if they listen to fan, why would they have so many bad Pokemon game right now? Most of the Pokemon game, it's not just once. Like a few Pokemon games, fan wanted these things. They didn't have those things. And then Power made them. And then they got mad. Right? But at least if somebody else make them, Square Enix did not get mad. You know what Square Enix did? Square Enix be friends with them. Right? Right? Didn't they be friends together? Is it Lorien? Tobian or something? Okay, never mind. I will go to Hamaguchi. We got two Naoki. Where's this guy? Why is this guy not around here? Wait, am I getting banned? I mean, am I getting blocked by Hamaguchi because I love Expedition 33? I followed his place. What happened? What happened? What happened? Yeah, this thing. They be friends. Square Enix talking about to each other. I was trying to show that. But this is weird. What happened? What happened to Hamaguchi? Wait, is this? Yeah, I'm following it. I'm not verified. Okay, never mind. Yeah, this part. I was trying to show this part. Like, I was wondering, like, how did...
Quelque chose pour vous. Ne regardez pas.
How did they actually communicate?
Regardez-le, voilà. Attendez 2 secondes. Voilà.
Le remake du score Metacritic qui au tout début
I
était
don't
à
understand
94. On savait que ça refait à 11
anything they
sur le
said.
site.
How did they communicate?
Tout le monde dans le bureau qui était sur F1.
Translator inside of that?
Le thème de Final
Translator?
Fantasy VII. Si Jean-Michel, encore Monsieur Hamaguchi, ce serait pas un bon endroit pour annoncer la 3ème partie de Final Fantasy VII Remake, The Game Awards 2020? Bien, non?
まあ、発表する時には非常にいいイベントでしょうね、そこは。はい。
Again, you know, that's what it is, okay? I guess, is this the word receive? Is that a word? Generally well received. Critic praise its emotional stories, fun combat, and nostalgic elements. Oh, you forgot how it plays? Let me show you. You forgot how it plays. I got it. Watch my playthrough. We don't watch anybody else. Let's go! Holy crap! I'm so cool. Hey yo, what's up everybody and welcome back.
Commence mission in 3, 2, 1, mark.
Oh shit, why is there no fighting? God damn it, all cinematic and shit. My MP is now 0 cost. No. Who's that baby face? I just locked into that. Is that baby face Jeffu? How much is it? Baby face Jeffu. Because I don't have beard. Holy shit! I used to shave clean. When all the image real match, a limit break stage is entered and corresponding to limit break is added into the move. Triangle to unleash it. Okay, stock limit break move can be unleashed at a time by you. So I'm just saying though, this was well received. So
A first.
people like this.
Jack, you're up.
Yeah, finally. Time for
People
some real action.
really like this.
Yes. It'll be your show.
Yes.
Report to Director
Shorter hair too.
Osama.
I have no hair at all. I remember during that time I was like, I'm just gonna cut myself bald, and I just do a lot of baldy thing. I would say. During this time, I only have 50 subscribers. 50. When is this? 3 years ago.
Finally meet face to face.
So nobody actually watched me during that. No, I mean like literally nobody. This thing hits only 49 views. Okay, not bad.
On to business.
Yeah. And I have a whole series here. I remember it was this one that I actually got a bit of a view, 1.2k. Oh, look at this. Oh boy, it's so cool. Holy crap. Are you using the moon as a... Hey yo, what's up everybody and welcome back to Minagata Gaming, and today we are gonna go and play with the best and the best part 6. So so that's me, a bit cringy though. I don't know. I'm gonna stop that. What are you saying again, Taki Games? What are you saying again? Oh, where is it again? Fun combat and nostalgic elements. What are you talking again? Critical reunion. Very positive. Very positive. What are you talking about again? Taki Games, huh? Trying to rage bait me? No. Mustache and beard. Right now I have beard, I guess. I don't know. So yeah, now I try to keep this side, and I just shaved, by the way, a few days ago because I got a family dinner, and my relative was just like, why is your no, I did not shave. I shaved after. Okay, never mind. You know what? And then yeah, this is what like the thing, right? Like I don't really think, like they say it's outdated, and then after that they say it's not turn-based and stuff. I don't know what they want. So Metacritic, this is like one of the funny thing. Like people use this actually on X. I saw some posts, people share this out, and all those fans, they just came out and they just like fans just came out and they just talk shit about this active time battle shit. So yeah, Taki's a hater. Nah, Taki is just a rage baiter guy. And it's fun, okay? Deficiencies in product design, newly created IP likewise. Receive poor user evaluation, underscoring shortcomings in product. We agree. Magical action RPG, so magical it poof itself out of existence. Ta-da! I'm gone. Yeah, Babylon 4, I kind of agree. I don't know what the hell is this. I kind of want to play it. I remember I saw it, and I never really managed to play the game. Marvel's Avengers, I actually kind of liked the game, but my cousin played the game, and my cousin hated it. Like, why is it multiplayer? I remember that's what my cousin say. Why is it not single player game? Like, why? What is this? Why is it like a multiplayer weird shit? And then he played some of it, and he really hated that. So yeah, bad cringe dialogue, bad protagonist. Exactly. This is DEI. Just say the word, man. Say the word. Unlikable characters. They say it. They said it. Bad acting. Yes, I agree. I agree. Only worth $20 to $25 or skip it. Who the hell said that? They totally took from some weird, review scores or user scores or something. What a dull and boring game. This game is so dull, it lacks charms and personality. It's personality. Oh, holy shit, hold on. Hold on. What is? Hold on, guys. I heard some scream. I need to check it out a bit. Hold on, just 5 minutes. My cat is just keep attacking me. I'm not sure what the hell is it doing. Sorry about that. I just heard like somebody screaming outside. I just thought my brother faced some problem or something like that. It was okay. It was okay. Just my cat was like messing around with my brother, and my brother was like screaming at it. Okay, sorry about that. Sorry about that. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Let's see. I'm actually very bitter that FF isn't turn-based, or at least trying to evolve turn-based. They're just moving into action. Like you like Stella, but why you hate so much of FF being action-based? Because FF isn't supposed to be an action game, I guess. I am a purist. Assassin's Creed 2 isn't an action game or RPG or stealth parkour. If Stellar Blade turned into a turn-based game, I'll be pissed. So that in that kind of sense, it's purist, I guess. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, sorry about that. Let me see this. What is this? Advertising. No. Why did it goes to this weird ass relaxed vibe area? I feel like all these musics are kind of copyrighted, isn't it? Okay, let me just add one more around here. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, let's go back. Okay. Problem with Assassin's Creed is copy other games and the combat is is boring. Final Fantasy 7 is fantastic, and Final Fantasy 16 doesn't feel like DMC. It's just more like an evolution. I think the guy who worked on DMC just did a if Devil May Cry 6 exists, that's how it will place. Like I feel like, but then again, because of these summons and stuff, so they're probably not gonna be the case as well, I guess. but yeah. But it makes a lot of sense because they hired a lot of people from Capcom to Square Enix, and a lot of people from Capcom work in Square Enix right now. because Capcom just turns into. Have you ever think about it like this? A lot of people that works in Capcom, they are not happy with what Capcom is doing, right? In terms of art value, in the terms of way of like how they're handling things and stuff. So a lot of people, they try to quit, and Square Enix pull them in, especially for a lot of the action gamer from DMC, and even some of them from Resident Evil IP as well. And that's why in Final Fantasy, I think it's like in Final Fantasy, even 7 and even Rebirth, both of them, they have some of these horror elements sometimes that when they try to do it, like in a hotel or anything like that, and then you have that doors and stuff in the hotel room, they just feel a bit like a very cheap jump scares and stuff. And I just feel like there is some take of like a Capcom old staff take in that. So I just feel like, a lot of people have been complaining about Square Enix, but Square Enix actually kind of using a lot, like their staff is like going through and flow. When they try to make RPG, they will borrow a few people from Square Enix as well, and like music wise, art style and stuff like that. So they actually have a very strong connection between the two. And I just feel very interesting that recently Square Enix just have a lot of people from Capcom as well that works there nowadays. So it actually just says a lot of stuff. Like for me, I just want to push it into that weird DI bullshit that they just didn't want to. That's just my cope. That's my cope area on that. That's my hot takes on that. They just saw like all this weird diversity shit. But then if I said that, then Square Enix is very well known for that. So that's probably not the case, right? Before this, that's what that was. So that's definitely not the case. So But yeah, like I don't know, man. That's a weird area there. Advertising and promotion. The revenue returns on Square Enix. Advertising expenditure for new titles launches. But okay, never mind. Let me add one more thing before we move on. This is multiplayer. I don't think people like multiplayer from Square Enix in the first place, and that's the reason like why I don't play Final Fantasy 14. But then if I say that's the case, Final Fantasy 14 is just this very special case for a game. I think like Final Fantasy 14 is this really unique cases, because a lot of the multiplayer game that Square Enix put out, nobody cares. Remember that right now they do have a game that is a hotel multiplayer game they're releasing right now. Nobody cares. Like, I think I just checked that a few days ago. I just checked that a few days ago. Even I think in both sides as well. I think they got this like hotel thing. Like, we're just gonna scroll a bit, right? We see the wheels around here. I think it's okay, some of them. Okay, people like these guys. People like Tifa. Tifa got the most wheel. Where's this hotel game? Like, a lot of the stuff that people don't really care, like, they just don't really bring views, and that's just what it is. Ooh, damn, look at that view. Ooh. Because it's Dissidia. People want Dissidia, but then they released that, and it's like, shit. Not Twisted Wonderland. Where is that hotel game? Killer Inn. Nobody actually cared about this Killer Inn game at all. Nobody cares. This thing's gonna flop. The next Square Enix game. Before that, they released like a weird Splatoon game. Remember the Splatoon game that they released? That game was dead as well. Like, they released all this multiplayer game. I don't know why they try to get into that thing instead of just focusing on that. Those are the problem that I have with Square Enix. Like, stop making these games. No people want to buy these games. Like, they are just doing what everybody else is doing, and that hands into that argument where they were this top, innovative company that built new things, new ideas, and yet now they are copying other people, making generic shit, and that's what I feel about this. Like weird DI shit, multiplayer that kills them. Like, yeah. Okay, what is this? So yeah. So I give 16 credit for fully going into action. It just feel heavy in my opinion. I said dude found 16 is too easy, and I kind of agree with him. But he hated the game so much, too much. It was so annoying. I guess he is annoying on other Final Fantasy games. I don't know, man. Final Fantasy 7 Remake have a classic ATV system, but not many people using it from what I know. That's built up a great question as well. Do people really want ATVs? I mean, like, really, do people want classic ATV system? They do make choices now. They let people have choices, and people still complain. I don't know why. This is my take on that. When you try to please everybody, you please nobody. Take, right? I don't like accessibility. There is a certain sort of sense of accessibility that I like, and I'm glad they put it in. But there are also accessibility that I just feel is too extra. For number one, that spider shit, right? Acrophobia or something. Acrophobia. I don't know, man. That weird shit is stupid for me. If you can't handle spiders, don't play horror games. God damn it, man. What the hell is wrong with you? And I mean, like, that kind of like toggle shit, accessibility, I really hate it. And then they complain today's where, like us, like me as well, we complain that we don't see Kamiya Hideki anymore. Another Kamiya Hideki. What I mean by that, right? Like, I don't see like a new guy, like in their 40s or maybe even 30s or 40s, that actually say stuff like this. Like, oh yeah, we make Ninja Gaiden into this crazy stuff, and then, you know, that's I wanted to make this IP into these great games. You know, as me, like, you know, we did hear about this Hamaguchi guy for now. I would say probably that's the latest one. But what about Capcom? Like, I don't know the next guy about Resident Evil, because Resident Evil was made by Kamiya Hideki. And Kamiya Hideki is gone. Like, who the hell is making all these 9, 8 and stuff, and people like them? And like it's not the real product anymore, right? It's just an IP that is the company holding from Capcom, and now they're making the 9. But the core people who made the 9, it's not even Kamiya Hideki anymore. It's not even the original guy who made the game. It's just the same thing with Itagaki Tomonobu for Ninja Gaiden. Like, Ninja Gaiden died in like the 3rd game, and you see the 3rd game, it's just like this weird mess. And then when you play the 4th game, it's like totally different shit now. It's like a great, I don't know, hack and slash, but it's not Ninja Gaiden. You know, so it's the same thing with Resident Evil, actually. Because Kamiya Hideki is no longer being there. Kamiya Hideki now have his own company, and it's called Clover Company. And they have this small little teams of like, I don't know, maybe 50 people, I would guess. Very small team. And I feel like I don't know why people will still glaze on it, because then that argument just gonna build into that identity part that, you know, we try to talk about. So because, like, if that's the case, then, you know, Resident Evil should have just lost their identity for a very long time, to be honest. But somehow they still managed to do it, so I don't know, man. That's just what it is. Classic mode is pretty much an ATB system. You wait the ATB bar to fill in and do a command, and it's just do auto basic attack, which now liberating the total damage. And what I'm saying is try to please action lovers and classic lovers, and to general clash too much in combining things. That's why I say, like, when you try to please everybody, you please no one, right? Like, in my opinion, I think 7 game system is the perfect game system that we actually have so far in a video game, especially like a Final Fantasy game. It feels so Final Fantasy, and it's so good that there's now it has even proven that, you know, a lot of people actually did enjoy that. But I think the problem with Rebirth is that people was quite skeptical with Rebirth because of the story that happened in Final Fantasy 7 Remake. And this is built up again with that they try to please everybody thing, and they make it a bit vague. with that stories. Like if you want to change the story, just change it. If you don't want to change the story, just keep it. But they go ahead and change the story, and then now they try to like keep it, and then it's like change it, and like which one are you going for? So they just please nobody at the end of the day. So it was stupid. Like if they really just change it and they don't go back, they don't try to make people confused and shit like that, they just change the story, I feel like it's much more better for Rebirth. Now the conversation will be, oh, so what's gonna happen on the next area? Is Arif the ones that gonna take care of Cloud when Cloud is getting into this weird coma state that, you know, he just basically in a wheelchair? Or is that gonna be Tifa that is going to take care of her? What's gonna happen in this snowboarding area? Are we gonna play, like, how is Arif gonna act in that snowboarding area in like, I forgot that area name's called, right? But that place. What's gonna happen with Arif in Wutai now that, you know, that she is with us? So people will raise up these questions on Arif's side of the story. Like, now that in the OG we can just go Wutai in a very early stage, and we can use Arif. I think we can use Arif, right? In this tree. But is this two? This one? No. I think Wutai you don't have Arif. Wait. But you did met Arif quite early, but then you have to fly. You fly off, you fly to the, you got that weird thing, then you can go. Yeah. When you get the Bronco, you can go to Wutai. So now I used Arif before in Wutai, but now what's gonna happen? Like, there's no Arif? Like, you know, that's just built up that kind of question. So I was like, if you're gonna change the story, just change it, and it would build out another nice speculation, nice excitements to players. But now that's not the case anymore, right? Because it's like this weird rig thing. Like, what is happening with the game? So, you know, they try to please everybody, but it ended up pleasing no one. That's just what I think. And yeah, wait, I never see this. We didn't move on. I'm sorry. Let's see this unit sales weighted average. So this is just sales that costs for advertising and promotion. What the? Wait, you use that much on promotion? This is the Karen, man. I blame it on the Karen. The Karen wanted this game to succeed so badly. For Spoken. Holy shit! How many money do you spend there on Forspoken's promotion and advertising? What the hell? They did Dragon Dogma 2 and Rise just spend this much. But what about WoWs? What about, like, why is it like nitpick? This feel like nitpick. What happened to that? Why is it like the two worst shit around here? Why is this two worst shit around? No. Show me WoW. Show me Words. Show me Resident Evil. This is bullshit. This is nitpick. This is definitely nitpicking. Nah. This is stupid. But this is stupid as well. What the hell? They spend this much? What the hell is wrong with them? On Forspoken. Oh boy. Oh shit. I see what you're saying. Yuffie DLC was actually a lot better. It felt more action. Oh boy, I like the synergy in Yuffie. Big IP have this pressure to stick to the roots, but also added pressure for making something new, innovative. Dynasty Warrior is good about staying the same but hasn't evolved. Dynasty Warrior, I really stopped playing the game. Even the Origin, I didn't quite like it. But did it really did well? I don't really know, man. The game, maybe it's just not for me. That's why I never really play it, because I did try it. I was so excited about it, but I tried and they just made it into a weird game. Souls-like, I would say. Souls-like the Dynasty Warrior, but it's okay, I guess. But it's okay. But this is not okay. What the hell is wrong with these people? The weak performance of legacy title sales is evidence from the low legacy sales ratio compared to competitors. What? Best practice 50%. Legacy sales ratio, Heritage game businesses. Okay, Sega 46%, Square Enix 43, not too shabby. I would say it's okay. Excluded for benchmarking as the company owned its own console, making platform deployment and promotion relatively easier for other companies. Yeah, true. Square Enix should make their own console, man. Lagging legacy sales of core IP. The weak performance legacy sales is attributed to decline the legacy sales per core IP title. Number of legacy core IP titles ratio active legacy titles in IP core 2. Wait, what? What is this? What does this means? Again, it's like Square Enix and Capcom. They just keep fighting with Square Enix and Capcom, man. Capcom was like, no, that's not me, okay? I don't know why they keep using us as an example. That's not me. I hope our relationship is still fine, but that's not me. Damn. So I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I don't know what how is this supposed to say, but Capcom good, Square Enix bad. That's just what you need to know. Capcom good, Square Enix bad. Okay, what is this now? The evident DQW and constitute the majority of earnings in SD games business is already picked out. Okay, is this Dragon Quest or other Dragon Quest? Is this FF and Saga series 4%? Color P most recent Dragon Quest. What does W mean? Dragon Quest word? Dragon Quest decline in 14 years. Wait, what? Dragon Quest Walk. What the hell is the Dragon Quest Walk? Wait, is that the Pokemon thing? Pokemon Go kind of thing? What? I didn't even know they have a Pokemon Walk thing for Dragon Quest. Pokemon Walk. What? And it's 60% of the revenue? Holy shit, people love that shit, huh? Go touch grass. Yes, I will touch grass with Dragon Quest Walk. What the hell? The new Dynasty Warrior Origin ruins the combat by changing it. Yeah, it did. Until Dynasty Warrior was fine. Yeah, Forspoken ad was so big that it's not counting. They use actual Hollywood actresses. Yeah, I guess they did do that, huh? Nexus, second that too. Origin was more like turn-based, Souls like action-based. It was super weird. The big problem, purists like me want the same old thing, but other people want change. But when you change, you risk making it worse. But I feel like the change, it depends on which one and what kind of change. Because if you say you're a purist, then you should enjoy RPG like Ninja Gaiden game instead of Ninja Gaiden 2 or 3. What is that? Razor Edge. Because Ninja Gaiden 1 with the RPG element, that's the real Ninja Gaiden. They got 2 games that is like that. They got 2 games with Dragon Sword and the 1. So that's the IP. But they did change a bit for the second game. So as a purist, you should enjoy Ninja Gaiden 1 like me. Okay, what is this again? I'm sorry, I got a little bit distracted there. I'm sorry, guys. Majority of earning in the SD games business already picked. Okay, this is we did saw this. I'm so surprised that holy shit, that walk thing is what actually did that. And everything of the SD game business relies exclusively on the saturated domestic market. I think it's fine. You know what? It's fine. A lot of the game that's been sold with Resident Evil or Capcom, it's so popular in China. You do know Monster Hunter is very popular in China and other Asia countries, Taiwan, Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand. Like all these countries very popular with Monster Hunter, and especially China, right? Like, I don't know how many people in China actually bought that. The reason why it actually got even how much sale it got on Steam by that Monster Hunter Wild thing, it was because of Chinese market. And this is very unbalanced to Japanese game these days that release right now. That's releasing in Japan as well, in China as well. With the country with CCP right now doing all that weird shit like anti-Japan thing. I think like it also affected all these video games because they don't let them like, you know, oh, they got this weird thing and you should not support Japan business and stuff like that. I think that itself also kind of built up this weird wipe between the games and stuff. So I'm kind of wonder what's gonna happen with the sales on Resident Evil 9. But again, Resident Evil, it's more on like a Western side of like gamers. They probably it's more like catered to that side instead of China or something, or Asia. So, but yet again, I don't really know, right? I don't know. I never really go to Gammalytic and check. Let's go in Gammalytic and check a bit. Sorry about that. So if we go to Gammalytic, if we see like Resident Evil or something like that, is there any Chinese gamer play this? Holy shit, it is Chinese as well. 24% from China. Okay, pretty cool. 4. That's the latest one. Yeah, this one. Ah, shit, what is it? What is it doing? What is it doing? Oh shit, China as well. Wait, Chinese people do really like a lot of Capcom games as well, huh? Yeah, and then it makes sense for the second one is America or something like that. Because it's just catered for that side of the players. Like that's what Resident Evil really is. It's just a deck. Interesting. Interesting. Whoa. Okay, I don't know, man. But yeah, you know, but Monster Hunter. Oh boy. This is gonna be crazy. Yeah, 27%. 20% players from this is actually based on Steam usually, right? Steam DB. So on that, how many, I don't know, a million people who played the game? On this 7.4 million people who played the game, 27.3% of the 7.4 million people is actually Chinese. So let's just give the maths there, right? Around 1710. If it's 10%, it's like around 700,000 people. Let's just say it that way. 7.4. So 1 million, almost 2 million people. Almost 2 million or 2 to 3 million people are from China out of this. And the others, and all the others are the others. That's a lot. I mean, like, again, you know, that's a country with a huge population. So, you know. And yeah. So okay, something about Octopath and Bravely Default should be catered to turn-based lower. Yeah, it does. It should be. By the way, welcome to the stream, Nexus. I know it's not the exact thing that echoes classic FF series. So the problem is no one cares about the smaller games. That's the problem as well, right? A lot of people, like all these Octopath Traveler that came out, nobody actually really played them. And then they say they want a title on Final Fantasy to be that game. And I feel like, you know what? They could actually cheese those things. Like Bravely Default and stuff, they could actually just name it like this. And make it into a spin-off. This is what they could do. They could just do it that way. They could just do it that way. They could just do it. right? It sounds okay. Final Fantasy, Octopath Traveler, Final Fantasy, Bravely, something. What was it again? Bravely Default. They just do it that way. They just stack that name there. People start to care, and people know it's a spin-off, and people will play it. I mean, like that's the easiest way to cheese it. Easiest way to cheese it. So yeah. So that's just what that is, right? Don't worry, guys. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I keep getting distracted a bit. But at the end of the day, yeah, we got into halfway. Don't worry, we're now in 64. Everything that, yeah, okay, hold on. Underutilization is licensing out. The mobile market is growing overseas. Square Enix has taken virtually no action. The global SD market is projected to grow at an annual rate of 7%. Okay, forecast. Square Enix may have theoretically achieved rapid expansion overseas. Chinese mobile version of Final Fantasy XIV was released in China in 2025. And that's good, right? But I don't really agree that, you know, you just try to make, like, I don't like this China weird shit thing, to be honest. Like, it's so different. And then they have to cater it for that version in China. Right, the game that they play is so different with every single version of it. So for a company, just because you want to release a game in China just for numbers and sales, I think that's just like what the shareholders would probably say. It's just about numbers and just sales and shit. Like, it's more on, like, you know, the gameplay and the game IP and the name of it or stuff like that. Like, maybe it's a bit gatekeepy. Like, in my position, I'm trying to do that, but at the same time, I just don't like the idea that you have a different version of games in two different kind of places. That's what I don't quite like about Nikkei and Nikkei Chinese version as well. So, you know, Square Enix provide licensing and supervision while development is undertaken by Lightspeed Studio and a Tencent subsidiary. Approximately 7 years will have elapsed between the announcement of the strategic alliance with Tencent in 2018 and the release. Okay, Ever Crisis was released worldwide simultaneously in September 2023. Within 2 months, global downloads reaches 70 million with estimated cumulative sales of USD. However, more than 70% sales were driven from Japanese market, indicating weak revenue generation from overseas. It's fine. What the hell are you talking about? It built up good sales. What are you talking about? 70 million downloads for Ever Crisis? Isn't that good? What is this guy talking about? Is active turn-based like Final Fantasy 13? Persona Digimon Story is turn-based. Yeah, Digimon and Persona is very turn-based, I guess. Yeah. Yes, yeah. Now you mentioned Final Fantasy 13. 13 has parry, and it was just a game that was like too early, in my opinion, because people talk shit about that game a lot. But then when I played that game, I was like, this game is so good. What are you guys talking about? What are you guys talking about, man? This game, I'm like, I'm gonna be honest, I did not play it, right? As I said, right? I did not play it at first. When it released, I played some of it. I didn't finish the story. But during that time, because I got distracted by Call of Duty, it was 2013. Sorry, 2011 or 2012. I think it was like 20. Sorry, it was 2010. 2010. And I was distracted by Call of Duty during then. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. And that's the reason why I didn't continue to play the game. And because everybody was like saying PS3 was that golden moment for online games because it's free. You don't have to pay any PlayStation Plus or anything like that. And so everybody was playing that shit in multiplayer. It was awesome. But then when I start streaming in 2020, so I decided to do that trophy thing. And I did that trophy thing with Final Fantasy 13. And I was like playing halfway through and I was like, why do people hate this game? I was like, I gotta try it myself. I'm gonna see. And then I play it and I was like, this game has so much depth. It does have the same feeling when I was playing with Expedition 33, because I tried to parry some stuff. When the Adamantors or some other unit try to attack you, you just change your paradigm into a different shift. and you know, you just use that defend version, or like you change into a different kind of thing, so it's very actiony turn based, and that game was not well received. People hated that shit, but I liked that shit. And then that's the funny thing, people played that now and people liked it. So it was just a old thing. Like, you can see now a lot of posters that they say, bring Final Fantasy 13 trilogy into the modern console. Where is our Final Fantasy 13 trilogy? Why are you guys not releasing that? That is applied to the thing just now, right? Why do Square Enix don't listen to fans remains the eternal question. We wanted Final Fantasy 13 trilogy in the modern console. They didn't even release that. If they released that, they at least get like a few revenue out of that, right? The same thing with Final Fantasy 8 remaster or anything like that. It just release a remastered version of Final Fantasy 13 trilogy. It's gonna be awesome. People are gonna like, holy shit, buy that and play. And now they can finally play that game. That's just what it is. But they did not do that. So that's the part that I don't agree with Square Enix. Like, why don't you listen to your fan? Like, just release that game, right? Having a CN version is good because they can't complain and try to change our base game. I played a lot of Global Gacha and they ruined by twisting the game to CN feedback. Oh, that's a very good take. I think, yeah, having you giving that perspective, I think that makes sense. That's really true. Yeah. That's good. Them having their own game. Don't come here. You can ruin your games over there. That's true, I guess. Final Fantasy 13 was hard. I never platinum it. Yeah, it was hard. I did try to cheese a bit with the platinum. Like, what I mean by that is that you have to use all your knowledge from platinuming games, in order to use that and apply it in that. Like, money is one of the worst thing in that game. To like, grinding money is the worst shit, man, in Final Fantasy 13. Grinding money is one of it. Adamantoise was hard, but like, yeah, you said in the stream once how you beat Adamantoise. Yeah, that's how I beat it, right? With that method thing that I did. Too bad I don't think I have any videos that I did that. I don't think I have any. What the hell is this? I don't know.
本当に
Sorry about that. Video. Like, there is a few platinum moments that I have. Like, for example, I have these platinum moments that I did with Final Fantasy X, and I was like watching this thing at the end, and this is the kind of camera I used back in the day. It's long. It's like long instead of like this. So I platinum this, right? So I platinum this, it pop out 2x2, right? And I was like, awesome. And I guess I have that, and I don't know, man. Those are Sekiros. I don't know if I have my Final Fantasy 13 stuff around here. This is near Automata when I killed the whole village, because you have to kill the whole village in order to get the trophy. And oh yeah, this is the ribbon part. This is the time when I was playing with Final Fantasy 13.
Where was this again?
Is this on top? So I have to get all this weird shit. So yeah, I have to do this. This is just the ribbon thing. I don't think I have that thing around here. I don't think I have a Adamantoise fight there. And this is the one that I achieved. This is the lightning jump that I did. This is the part. Time to go. So we did that, and this is, I think, is it here? Time to go. Thing. Oh boy. Oh yeah. Amazing reduction on the John. Yeah, that's the trophy, by the way. Hiraishin. Hiraishin って何? Oishii no? Shit, I managed to. Oh yeah, let's just. And oh, sorry, and thank we can check it. How do you check it here? Sorry, and thank you so much. Good. Yes, thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much. What is that? Inte nani? Yeah. How do you check?
Oh,
like how?
this-
Wait. Time to. Time to. Is it here? Oh boy. Oh yeah. Hiraishin って何? Oh yeah. The game. Wait, what? Alright. And thank you. Where is it? I think it should be showing here somewhere, right? Yes, thank you very much. I don't know. I jumped more than 300 jumps because I got distracted while talking to somebody while I'm doing it. Like there is this one chatter that dropped by. I think it's called Grimu Hammer, and that dude is like a Western guy who knows how to speak Japanese, and then he just dropped by and we just talking about Final Fantasy, and I just keep jumping, and I did 300 jumps. I couldn't actually show that. Jeff got that eager cam showing full body. No, that's why I stop it. That's why now I do it this way. No more eager cam. Get away from me. But yeah, I was really proud of those moments. But yeah, I don't think I have an Adamantoise fight. But at the Adamantoise fight, it was very action. It was very like when it started to stomp. If it stomps you, you die, and that's why it's so like exciting, because it's very weird. And it stomps once and then you just die. But if you manage to parry it, then it's fine. If you manage to like just block on time, like and then you block on time, and then you will be fine. And then after that, after you block, you have to change back that shift. You have to shift back to attack it back, and then you see the animations coming up again and trying to stop, and then you change it back, and then you have to keep repeating until it stagger. And once it stagger, is it like the same thing with Expedition 33? You just gotta wait until it stagger again. So until it stagger, when it stagger, now you deal damage to it. So it's the same system. It's almost the same system. Of course, you don't press one button. It's more like a paradigm shift button. You know, maybe during that time they thought like maybe pressing one button would be like too easy. This one you have to do like turn-based. You have to go. So you know that it's very actiony. It's very fun. It's very cool. I really like the combat. I was like keep saying that you never hit the true Final Fantasy 13 experience until you play through Chapter 9. Chapter 9 is where I think it's Chapter 9. Chapter 9 is where you fall down into the Grand Pulse. In the Grand Pulse is where you start really play the game, because that's the part like because it's very linear, but that's the part is like that Stellar Blade, you know, Grand Desert, or like, you know, the Great Desert area or something like that. Like it's like a free roam area that you can go around, and it's like a mini open world map kind of place. So that's like Grand Pulse for Final Fantasy 13. And that is where you can start grind, play side quests, and you know, do all the stuff. But before that, it's just very heavy on the narrative and the story. So until Chapter 1 to Chapter 9, you just keep doing this linear gameplay. But once when you hit Chapter 9, that's where the games really starts. So you know. So for people who actually, you know, didn't know about that, that's what Final Fantasy 13 is. Okay, sorry for getting a bit distracted. Not interested. The core cross-media strategies of game IP lies in the timely film adaptation in conjunction with titles releases. Okay, wait, what the hell is this? Anime, film, and stuff? What the hell? Why are they comparing with some other stuff? Because I have Japanese is a -5 point on every score. Rebirth did well because they had all kind of rainbow flag in the game. It didn't affect the game at all. Yeah, I guess so. Sorry about that. Yeah, Grand Pulse is where you do all the special anime as well. Yeah, that's where the games really starts. So that's one thing, I guess. I don't really think. I personally don't think the quality of FF game is declining. Call me a fanboy, if you will, but when I admit that the flaws are in the latest game, I still think it's better than the other series. I think I have the same thought as you as well. I think everything is just keep improving. Like they can get away. Like, you know, some people might call it a cope. You can call it a cope if you want, but I still think of the same thing where it's the core identity of Final Fantasy is being a Final Fantasy for each game. This game has this game Final Fantasy. So it's like this game system is this game. This game system is this game. So for example, like the salary system in Final Fantasy VIII, that is unique to Final Fantasy VIII. Therefore, Final Fantasy VIII is a Final Fantasy. I'm not pretty sure. Maybe it sounds like a code, maybe it sounds like not, but that's how I take a look at it at least. Okay, so this guy is comparing and complaining that Square Enix did not do more about cross-media. Is that what it is? The core of cross-media strategy of a game IP lies timely acclaim adaptation, conjunction, and release title. So like, because from what I saw, this is that a medium enabling audiences, experiences, and word and character in the game commonly takes form and completes. I thought people hated this. People did not hate this. But I do wonder what happened to Final Fantasy IX anime. Didn't they have like a Final Fantasy IX anime? Grok, tell me. Tell me. Everyone will be watching Nikkei anime with one hand. Oh man, they should show this slide to Nikkei. You should better anime or make anime or else fail your shareholders. I think we have a news on latest news. I think I saw it on X somewhere that they wanted to focus more on the either IP as well, like animation and other stuff for Shift Up. Recognition. I read that somewhere. Future showcase and competitive Korean games and global stage. Okay. I read somewhere that they say they're gonna focus more on other medias. It's not only just anime, even including like other stuff like movies and whatever that is. They did say something like that, and I think I saw that news somewhere. I don't know, but that's something that I really think I saw. That's just what it is. No, Square Enix has not recently announced a Final Fantasy IX anime. It's a previously discussed project of 2021 in store cancel. A French studio, Cyber Group Studios, revealed that they have an exclusive licensing deal with Square Enix to produce kids anime series. That's what I heard. 2. Production was slated to wrap in by late end 2021, but no episode will ever materialize. Maybe it's cancelled. I don't know. What is happening, bro? But yeah, you know what it is, right? So Pokemon, what? Okay, so they're just comparing. Why is Pokemon around here? What do you mean? A maiden well suited for richly portraying game story and character, frequently emphasizing visual and stuff, bringing quest, get this anime stuff. Manga and novel often expands backstories. Oh yeah, didn't they do a lot of the light novels like Final Fantasy 15 this, and even the books? I'm not pretty sure is it a novel or anything like that, but didn't they sell the Tifa and Arif book thing? What is that book called again? Beyond something, not Beyond, something, you know, that book. Offering game soundtrack and live concert recording. Square Enix is from Neo Automata is from Square Enix as well. They've been doing that almost every year. So yeah, I don't know what is this complaining about though. Based on aggregate gross cross-media revenues ranged to domestic game IP over the past 3 years, with ratio calculated medium in total. I guess that's just they're just stating it, I guess. But oh, this is blue. This is 15. I don't understand. Okay, the film adaptation and Square Enix core IPs are lagging, and the cross-media strategies remain inadequate. Oh, okay. Best practice: Resident Evil, Monster Hunter. This is just a Capcom Glacier. This is just a Capcom glazer. What do you mean by best practice here? What do you mean? Resident Evil has the best animation because it's very easy to tell a story. It's literally a movie at this point. It's so hard to tell a story about Street Fighter. The new Street Fighter movie is gonna flop. I'm saying it. The new Street Fighter movie is gonna flop. Dragon Quest. Let's be honest, man. Akira Toriyama died. And Dragon Quest identity lies with Dragon Ball dude art, and I never look at them as an anime or any other film stuff or something like that. As a family-oriented content, decided to defer a target segment from Square. Like, you should actually see all this other stuff as well. How do you make, like what? Like, you want them to make another animation for Final Fantasy 7? Advanced adult? Advent adult. This is kind of weird, man. But I kind of get what they're trying to say. Like they lack like different stuff. But again, they are a video game company. Them focusing on video game, isn't that kind of what it's supposed to be? Merchandise sales from Square Enix core IP significantly lag behind the best practice, indicating a considerable room of improvement. Okay, there's a room of improvement. Pokemon best practices. It's they compare Pokemon. Oh boy. Oh boy. Everyone will be watching a Nikkei anime with one hand. Can't even play Nikkei with one hand because my hands are wiping tears. Oh, yeah, they should at least be happy with the Tifa movie shown in Italy. Yeah, they should be. Yeah, that's true. Now you mention it, Tifa. If those are official, let's just say it, right? If those are official, bam, here. Like I'm blocking it, but bam, here. This is where the revenue is. If they make Tifa into an OnlyFans girl, and Square Enix was like, you know what? We're gonna build an OnlyFans page for Tifa, and we have a dedicated official artist making content for Tifa. Remember to join in. It's over here. And then not only Tifa, we will get Eri from time to time, or maybe even Rinoa. Boom. Merchandise sales in Square Enix core every significant likes best practices. This is like Pokemon shit, you know what? Like just now. Damn it, man. I think this is so unfair to actually compare this. Look at this. Look at Monster Hunter, Resident Evil, and Street Fighter. It's worse. What are you talking about? I bought Tifa. Stop making Sephiroth, Square Enix. Nobody care about Sephiroth. We care about Tifa. Make more Tifa. Make more Tifa and Arif and Yuffie and Rinoa and Lulu, or characters with big boobs. Just make more character with big boobs. It will sells more. This is like, you know, 314, but 300 is like Tifa. 14 is the other. That's what that is. It's so bad over here, and they don't use Capcom on this case. It's so convenient. Now, I thought Nintendo was supposed to be like a wave, like, because it's more like advocate to children or kids. Then isn't that like, you know, like what are you talking about? It should be excluded from benchmark as well. This is gonna be the same thing. What is this nitpick shit? What what are you talking about, dude? Oh man. Okay, let's see this. Low profitable Square Enix HD game business evident comparison. This is kind of bad, right? Yeah. I wonder what is this Konami thing. Capcom 50% makes sense. Why is it so low? What? Why is Konami winning? I seriously. I would sub to Tifa's Only Fish account. Tifa is not gonna make something controversial, man. It's just not gonna happen. But he will make Only Fan, okay? I kind of really wonder, what the hell is this Konami thing? Why would people say Konami is back? Konami is always around. Konami is always around. Like recent years, we see like people say, "Oh, Konami is back. Konami is back." Like they have always been around. I mean, like they would have been better if they have like games like Rose Rumble, like Rumble Rose or something like that around as well. Okay, ratio HD game businesses, Square Enix, Capcom. So this is Capcom. This is Square Enix. Development expenses. Holy shit! What the hell? Again, their games are pretty long. Final Fantasy VII Remake, they took so long to make one. That's so stupid, to be honest, in one thing. But their games also lasts around, like, they are RPG game. They last around 50 hours to 100. Even Final Fantasy VII Rebirth was like 200 hours game. This is like, what, Resident Evil 4? You last around like how long in that game? 2 hours? Sorry, I mean 10 hours? Other costs of Souls good. Okay. Isn't that good? Advertising and promotion expenses. Yeah. Spend too much on Forspoken. That's why they got this number right here. They spend too much on Forspoken. SG&A personnel expenses. What is SG&A? SG&A. Let me Google that shit, right? What does that mean? Oh shit. Selling general administrative expenses. Oh, okay. Okay. So the general expenses, is that what it is? 1%, 13%. That's bad, right? That's like selling expensive costs to market or sell product, broader operational costs. Oh, HR. Yeah, they have a lot of HR Karen in there. That's why they spend too much money on those Karens. But I thought Capcom has a lot as well. What happening here? Operating profit, and then it's just 10% but 50%. So they cost less, they use less money, and then they generate more money. That's probably like, that's why Capcom is being that one top right now, one of the top company. And I remember I saw like their reputation is not really that good as well, because there is a list where they said which company do you actually want to learn from, no, do you want to work at. They asked those new graduate students, and a lot of people say Nintendo number one, and then Capcom is like on top as well. Square Enix like down under, like probably 40 plus or lower than that. So okay, excessively development cost ratio in the HD game business approximately 15% higher than best practices peers. 15% excluded for benchmarking, as this company primarily focus on non-RPG genres. This only have like one RPG. What are you talking about? Maybe two. This like everything is RPG. Sega, we have Altus and Persona and stuff, so might be good, but they also focus a lot in like non-RPG. Huh? But yeah, I mean like, this is the cost, right? It costs so much. Like they did spend too much money. I mean like, I kind of agree that they spend way too much money. Okay, development cost of per HD titles. Okay. 100 compared to this, 136%. Non-AAA titles, they even spend more money than other people. So break down to the developed cost of AAA titles. Average around 15.6 billion yen. Average around like 6.6 billion yen. Okay, so it's like what, like $6 million or something? Is that what it is? This is like $15 million, right? Okay. Excessive development costs, evident that also development expenditures. Competitors have expanded their games content development assets. Square Enix alone has significantly reduced such asset. Game development asset reduce, but a lot of things kind of reduce. I say, what is this? Bandai Namco reducing as well? But what kind of assets are you talking about? Square Enix has recorded the last write-off amongst our industry peers. Okay, Bandai Namco 0. I didn't know Sega is called Sega Sammy. What kind of name is that? Konami and then Square Enix the highest. Ugh. Okay. Ugh. Sega is Sega Sammy. That's an interesting thing. Inefficient advertising and promotion expense. Inefficient. Okay, inefficient. So they did spend a lot, but it's also inefficient for promotion. Square Enix advertising expense ratio is higher than I thought like insufficient, like which means it's not enough. But then it's like, oh no, inefficient, not insufficient. I was like, wait, what? I thought you guys complaining about too much advertising, and then oh no, they're complaining about the not effective advertisement. Ratio is higher than competitors and approximately 8 PPT above best practice peer. So advertising revenue ratio 13%, 10%, 5%. So this is like the expense. Is that what it is? They spend only 5%. Best practices. So this thing is as low as possible. Advertising to revenue ratio in HD game. Okay. I don't know how to actually calculate this though. But as lower as best, I guess. Yeah. So inefficient advertising and promotion revenue returns to Square Enix advertising expenditure for new title launches significantly lag behind competitors. So this is how much it spent and stuff. And again with Dragon Dogma and Monster Hunter Rise, right? So did we actually seen this before? Like this is crazy, but how much they actually use that. That's a repost, by the way. Okay, never mind. It's for like a reference, I guess. Okay, excessive SG&A personnel expenses. Personnel expenses ratio is higher than competitors. Okay. Sales personnel expenses and administrative personnel expenses. Is this like too many staff? What is this? So they spend too much on staff. Excluded benchmarking due to a high proportion of legacy titles with low sales burden. Okay. Best practices. Sales personnel expenses. This is people, right? They did delete a lot of people from the company. I think this probably play a part because they say you guys spend too much on personnel expenses. Yeah. Excessive SG&A personnel related expense on ratio and primarily attributable to high sales personnel expenses, mainly HD staff. Sales personnel expenses to revenue ratio, the game business. They got too many stuff. Look at that, 5.7%. So it's actually a lot compared to others. Okay, 0.3%. Majority consists of HD staff. 1.8. Marketing personnel expense to revenue ratio. They have this is for game businesses. This is sales personnel. This is marketing personnel. They got so many staff. Is that what it is? Yeah, they need a huge layoff, definitely. They got so much people from overseas. Per capita sales personnel cost in HD game businesses. Number of sales personnel in HD game. Why is there so many on overseas? They actually got rid of all of these guys, right? I remember they lay off, right? They lay off Square Enix. Generative AI. I mean, like, is that Square Enix is getting rid of its Western dev? We are reading so hard. Oh yeah, this thing. Square Enix announced more layoff as a part of US and Euro restructuring. I think this is just play a huge part on that thing that we saw with this thing. They did play a huge part. Europe said that nearly 140 people were told they were at risk in London office alone. 140 people. Okay, UK employment means affected employees enter the period of consultation and before layoff is confirmed. Square Enix hopes to make an annual cost saving of 3 billion yen. Oh boy, they want to cut costs, man, cut costs. It's the second year of Square Enix staff cut across American and European arms. They're just getting rid. Kiryu claimed that last year overseas restructuring didn't work. So I guess this might play a part, a huge part. Look at this overseas part, man. Holy shit! Why is there so many people from the overseas? Like they are like the same number a bit. What the hell? Holy shit. Okay, the expenses are higher than competitors approximately to okay, best practices. Okay. Konami is best practices. Expense to revenue ratio. I mean like Konami I don't see like there's a lot of stuff in there compared to Square Enix of course. And excessive okay, SG&A expenses attributable from both per capita rent expenses and other SG&A expenses including rent. So these are for the people for the rent of those staff? Or is it like building rent? They don't own the building? Konami is around here and Square Enix is crazy high. That's true. I wonder why they didn't show Capcom that much. I mean like maybe it's not even that high. Is that what it is? But I kind of get it because if you see Square Enix building and you see this is not if you see Square Enix building and you see Capcom building, right? You see this building right here. This is crazy. Right? That is crazy. Crazy huge. So is this looking like this? This is basically how it looks like. Square Enix building. So Capcom, it's kind of smaller. I saw this before. This is like in the Osaka version, right? If I'm not wrong. Or maybe that's not it. But it's so smaller than Square Enix. So in that sense, yeah, they are probably cheaper, I would say. So I don't know. Konami. Oh shit, Konami building is actually kind of fancy. This thing costs cheaper? Is that what it means? Rent expenses? Is that what it means? I don't know. I don't know if that's what it means. So I guess yeah. Well, we are reaching the end, guys. We are reaching the end. I'm so sorry. What is this? Stagnation profitable Square Enix SD game businesses. So this is SD. Just now was HD. So again, lower than everybody else, right? Nintendo is kind of unfair because Nintendo have a lot of SD game, I would say. So you know. The cost item in Square Enix SD game business are higher relatively. Competitors consist development operating expenses as well as performance fees. Okay. So it costs more. Development and operating expenses. These are Konami. Where is Capcom? Why are you comparing it with Konami now? Like how many people should they compete with? Now it's Konami? It's convenient for us to use Konami now, so we use Konami. I thought they just keep comparing with Capcom. What happened with Capcom? Okay, excessive development operating expenses. One of two development of operating expenses ratios. Square Enix SD game business and approximately 4 I don't know PPT higher than the best practice peers. it doesn't change that much, but maybe this is a crucial change. I don't know what does that mean. Let's see this. Oh, names of games. Excessive development of operating expenses. The elevated development operating expenses ratio attributed to a large number of titles failing to recover their initial development costs. Yeah, stop making mobile game. Toatsugai, never heard of that. I don't know. DQ Champions. Toatsugai mobile game. Let me compare, right? Mobile games. Why you make mobile games, guys? Reincarnation, mobile games. Full Metal Alchemist, mobile games. Nobody wants your mobile games. What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen to Dissidia? What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen to Dissidia? What's gonna happen to Dissidia? Dislike. I mean, it's fine now. Some people like it, right? Some people like it. Dislike ratio, look at that. 11%. Oh yeah, talking about dislike ratio, what is happening to that? Hi God, let me get into that a little bit. I'm sorry. I wanted to check that myself. IGN, is there any other? Okay, this is the official one from the official site. Oh shit. Oh shit. IGN. Oh shit. Oh shit. I got the Concord 2. God damn it, Concord 2. Holy shit. 40. Oh boy, sorry about that. I got a bit I was a bit curious. Okay? Again, mobile games, right? Man, I don't know, man. This area is not looking good. Okay, mobile game. Holy shit, Foot Soldier. Look at this, negative percentage. Holy shit, they lost so many money. Regular Magic High School. Okay, that game, I think, I don't know, man. I don't see people even play it. Gate of Nightmare. Yeah, Gate of Nightmare is another mobile games. Right, all these mobile games, Engage Kill, Second Densetsu Echo Samana, mobile games. Okay, never mind. But until here, right? It's holy shit. Even though they succeed, they only generate this much. Why are they even making phone game? Octopath Traveler barely even making this. It's just a matter of time. This thing's gonna drop. Okay, Dragon Quest Keshi. This is the puzzle game. I remember this. I did play some of it. Final Fantasy Ever Crisis. I played some of that. I think people kind of enjoy that, I would say. DQ Tag. I don't really know. And then the competitor with Konami. Holy shit. Konami is very well known for their sports. Look at that. Baseball, right? 80%. Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Master. Wow, that's pretty well known IP. So it's kind of hard to compare, but it's not really that much of a difference, to be honest, right? What the hell is this? Shining Post Be Your Idol? What is that? What is that game? What happened to that shit? Shining Post Be Your Idol? Wait, you're saying that a waifu game failed? No way. Shit, I'm kind of worried, guys. Is my Mega Bong but waifu games gonna fail as well? Is my Mega Bong but waifu games gonna am I not gonna sell copies? It's not like you put waifus, you're gonna automatically sell your game. God shit. I thought that's the case. That's why I was like, that's why I had like, yeah, I will maybe make some money out of a waifu Mega Bong game. Shining Post Be Your Idol. That's kind of scary, man. Holy shit. Okay, you know, again, it's a lot of mobile games and stuff. I didn't watch the Game Awards. I just had a PlayStation YouTube channel open, so I knew all the games announced. But what was the picture of that Neely show off? You mean what picture? You mean the game just now? The game that actually people say it's woke or something like that? Are you talking about that, or you're talking about what? Okay, excessive platform fees. 1 of 2 platform fees ratio. Platform fees. As the game business is higher than the best practice peer. Okay, Konami. Exclude from benchmarking due to small scale SD business revenue. Capcom is 0. What the hell is that? Okay. I mean, like, I don't know why is Square Enix putting out so many mobile games. Why are they trying to get into mobile games so badly? This thing should have been a PlayStation game. This thing should have been a PlayStation game. And then Nintendo Switch as well. Like Chocobo GP. Everybody who played Final Fantasy is on PlayStation, and they released that game on Nintendo. That's just so stupid. Why do you do that? Okay, details and what is this? Elevated platform fees are attributed to the high proportion of revenue generated external program. So this is like, what is this? DLC, e-commerce site. Monetized items are sold within store reach. Are you saying that these are good things? Dude, these are bad things, man. We don't want this. We don't want this. What does this means? What does this means? There's a picture that Keeley was teasing before the awards. I wonder what game it was for. Oh, it was that what do you call that again? It was the Larian Studios game. It was there's a sex scene, literally a lady having sex with a lizard scene in that game. Oh, you thought it's a sex scene? It's a great and no. It's kind of sexy, but that lady was fucking a lizard. And there is this weird the whole aesthetic, the whole trailer looks really good. If they put that at the end, they could have success. But they put that in the middle part, and that game actually does look really good. But probably not my type of game, because Larian game does really have all this weird stuff. But you know, again, maybe I should play that. Maybe I should play Baldur's Gate 3, because apparently you guys did enjoy my cluelessness in that game. I'm so clueless in that game. I just keep messing up. But yeah, it's a I forgot the title. What is the title again, guys? I don't know. Larian Studios new game. Oh, sorry. Divinity. This latest thing. Yeah, look at that. This is a thing. This is a picture. That thing. That's the latest game. Oh yeah. I was maybe I should have covered this later. Some of the plays, but you know this game. Right. I saw it, guys. I saw somebody that I really like. Shit. You gotta be seriously. Ah, shit, why is it so many weird shit, man? Come on, why can't you just be like Larian? Why is it so many weird stuff? Let me allow that, I'm 1989, by the way, guys. Characters. Wait, it's gone. It's gone. Is it fake? Is it fake news? Wait, it's fake news? It's gone. I thought I saw that. Is this fake news? I saw Ada in. Why is it not in there just now? I was like, damn, Ada Wong is in it. Shit, that's so cool. Ada Wong, yeah, Ada. You know. But yeah, let's see. I don't think we have much interesting stuff that much. Let's see the next one. Game business value significantly lower in market. Market non-business publishing. Okay, licensing, other licensing, Square Enix sales. So Square Enix is down below here, 2.81 point compared to other companies. Okay, these are all reposts. Wait, why is it repost but I never seen them before? Strategic synergies, current status. Arcade machines serve as testing ground for game development, okay? With advancement of home console specification, this role has been lost. Okay. Expect synergies? Utilization of game IP in the publishing business. Join. Okay, never mind. This one is Gun. Oh, that's the book. That was the book, Gun. The magazine. Okay. Nah, I don't know. Title sales declined significantly following the acquisition by Square Enix. Since the acquisition, sales amusement business has barely grown and significantly underperformed arcade-focused competitors. Okay. But didn't it rise back up? I don't know, man. Operating margin also lags behind competitors' focused arcade operations. Taito is arcade, right? White Leisure, Gender, I never really know. Wait, is Taito under Square Enix now? They bought Taito? Wait, what? What's happening with Taito? What's Taito? Why is... Yes, Taito is only owned by Square Enix. Oh, that's why they are. I didn't even know Taito is under Square Enix now. What the hell? Oh shit, okay. In the past, synergy exists between arcades and home console. However, this synergy has now disappeared. So, HD successful arcade titles ported to home consoles. That's true. When console specs are still low, the latest technologies were introduced in arcade machine first, serving the testing ground before home release. Porting successful arcade titles console was golden route for maximizing return. Was that really the case? Former something employee. It was blocked though. Interesting. Today, the advancement of home console performance and mobile gaming, arcade machine no longer serve a testing ground. In game centers, price machine now dominates, but share games IP prices is minimal, limiting the potential synergy. I'm right now is there's internet and stuff. Back in the day, you gotta use a amusement area that you have a lot of games, and then people saw the game. Oh, this game looks interesting. This game looks interesting. You walk there, you sit down, you try out the game, you play the game, you put out 100 yen. I can see that. I can see it being like a test on like whether if the game is good or not, and then they release that game on a home console. But nowadays we have YouTube and stuff. You can just release a game on YouTube, release a video on YouTube, and you know it's just a different kind of strategy business now. It's not really like the same way. So I guess maybe it makes it like Taito itself is a very, I think, like arcade based stuff. So probably it makes sense that they, yet again, it's kind of like, you know, that's not the market anymore kind of thing. So that's a very very irrelevant in a sort of ways. So that's why they're losing money. It's like yeah, I would guess, like, yeah, it's like a, wow, it's time, it's the era, it's the you know, it's the word. That's what's happening right now. That's just what it is. That's not something that they can change unless they change Taito into a entertainment business. Hey Taito, stop making games for stop doing things for arcade or whatever that shit is. Hire a bunch of creators, small and big. Okay, hire them and let them try out our game. Show them out for free and just pick up some. Then there might changes, I guess. I don't know, but I don't think that's probably worked that much as well. But it's a weird thing. Rating was for the new Divinity game. If publishing business, the segment lacks capability needed for overseas expansion, which is a clear growth driver. Japan +7. What is this? Domestic comic market trend. Yeah, it rises. It always rises. I think the good part about whatever Square Enix doing is the good part is that they actually went into animation, like anime, like like anime and manga or whatever that is. So they actually still make a lot of money out of that side as well, because anime is now one of the huge like magazines and stuff, like that actually makes money over there as well. Square Enix overseas sales ratio publishing business is low compared to competitors. What are you doing comparing with Shueisha and Kadogawa? This guy, they don't make games. Try to compare Shueisha recently trying to make games. Compare this. Compare this and talk to, like, this is like comparing this, all these games. This is like who cares? Most of these games, they look good. I'm gonna be honest. Some of them, they do look good, but nobody cares about Toshi Densetsu Kaitai Center. I mean, like, this game was actually kind of popular in Japan because the urban myth thing. They actually won some award in Japan award shows, but I think it might make some revenue. But you try to put that, like, in Shueisha version of video games, Square Enix, and you put Capcom, and you will see numbers like this. This is gonna be Square Enix, this is gonna be Capcom, this is gonna be Shueisha on video games, right? Like, this is so weird. Like, why are you comparing? Square Enix not well known for the manga and shit, and they compare it with Shueisha and Kadogawa. What the hell? Damn, dude, that's irrelevant. I would say that's irrelevant. Publishing, I mean, like, it's pretty impressive that you can see the number is actually kind of high, like in a sort of sense when you compare with other, right? It's like, oh man, there's potential there. That's what I see though. Publishing business segment lacks capability needed for overseas expansion, which is clear growth. What are you talking about? There is a lot of growth in overseas. That's the problem right now. They've been trying to please overseas way too much. This is why I'm kind of scared about this 3DI partners thing that might kill Square Enix instead of heal Square Enix or fix Square Enix. Like, that's what I'm worried about. A lot of people kind of praise on this, but I kind of worried about it. Like, the thing about what they said around here, it's like, like what Japan said, right? Lately, Japan said, I want people to make content and make art and make anime, manga, whatever, without any interference from overseas. And this company is from overseas, and they might have some sort of interference, but by law in Japan, it could be illegal. So I kind of hope that Square Enix grow a pair and don't fully follow whatever they said. So, right? Like, overseas expansion, that's great in a sort of sense, but when you try to please overseas, so that's like maybe as a different kind of topic, but from what I can see from here, this is what it says. So best industry best practices. Look at this. This is why people don't agree. Using AI translation for lower priority titles. Why are they treating different titles in that kind of way? Square Enix, there's been a past controversy due to poor translation and localization quality. That's true. There are poor localization quality, which I don't quite like the localization. Poor translation, are you talking about Final Fantasy VII with this guy Arsec? Like, it's so wide. But also in the same time, using AI translation to lower priority titles, I don't know how good that would be. But it also depends, I would say, right? I just wish I just have someone that just translates stuff and don't localize stuff. That's just my take though. Selecting IP and producing content tailored to global markets, local subsidy, okay? Selection IP, okay? In North American IP development, decisions are driven by local publishing partner rather than Square Enix. Wait, what? Really? Yeah, they should fix that. They definitely should fix that. Square Enix should be handling that. Salesforce and local bookstores, ensuring distribution through major bookstores and grocery chain. Okay, resources are allocated to titles prioritized by partner company, not necessarily its own. Oh, this is not good. That's what it is, I guess. Securing digital channels and enabling a simultaneously release. Covering all major digital platform, simultaneously release the latest Japanese and translated chapter. Translated version of the latest volumes and chapter are not published on ebook platform or Square Enix. They're not at the same time. Is that what it is? They want them to be in the same time. I guess, yeah, maybe. I don't know. But just because of that, try to use AI is definitely wrong. Because as you see just now, even with this AI, it's like so. There are some hiccups from time to time, and when you actually ask for some stuff, I don't actually trust AI 100%. What I mean by that is like, yeah, it's kind of convenient and stuff, but sometimes they are also saying something weird. Like if you really know something and then you ask something, and then when you see and you read properly about what they said, it's actually kind of wrong from time to time. And so from those like localization and translation, it's kind of sucks. Even right now with YouTube, as you can see, just now I was trying to play this video and it changes into that English voices, and I really hated that, and it just sounds weird, and it might have like wrong saying as well, and the way that they translate it is like sometimes it's wrong. And that's like one of the problem as well. So I'm not sure though. Reaching broader otaku audience, promoting anime adaptation and distribution through partnerships. Okay, Crunchyroll and stuff. Okay, some popular IPs has not been adapted into anime at all. No active efforts being made to promote anime adaptations. But most of them are kind of as well. But I'm not pretty sure what they're talking about. Maybe they are right on this because there's so many titles in that manga, like the Gun, you know, from Square Enix. Like Gun Joker, right? I think it was Gun Joker. Yeah, this is the Square Enix magazine. Gun Joker. These are the stuff. Most popular IP. There's a lot of IP here that I never really see before. Jijo ga shiranai tenkosei sounds interesting. Kakegurui? Why is it so 3D? Why is Kakegurui so 3D? Rensai sakuhin. Oh yeah. Ragnar Crimson is from that. Now I remember. Ragnar Crimson is from that, and then the Mao thing, the Jabbies. Yeah, I mean like maybe there are some popular stuff which we don't really know, right? From this, like maybe this is popular, but we never really seen it before. So don't really know. Yeah. Okay, Ragnar Crimson is still ongoing. Burat, is that popular? I don't know, man. Kaijin Reijo. It sounds interesting. Kaijin Reijo. Maybe this will be a new anime. I kind of agree. Maybe I guess, right? Some popular, but this is just wishes, right? Making an anime cost money. So yeah. Publishing businesses, the businesses model synergy with the core digital entertainment. Okay, opportunity to use game IP publishing are limited. Square Enix games publishing businesses appear to be independent. Only possible synergy may be the publication of strategy guides. Okay, probably former Square Enix employee, I guess. When adapting the game IP to publication, only character settings are usable. Whether it sells and depends on the wider skills, not the popularity of the game. Okay, opportunity using publishing IP in games are also limited. It's difficult to turn publishing IP into successful games. They're mostly treated as fan content. The problem lies in the other constraints, since the publishing IP is fixed stories. Creative freedom is limited. making it harder to create engaging games. That's because, the creative freedom thing. Like now, with the government saying that they will support more creative freedom and creating what you want to create, I think that's definitely what should have been. I think a lot of this actually goes around with because Square Enix is being a global company that they try to be appropriate to other company culture as well and be respectful to that, and that's why they change out the way. And this is why a lot of complaints that you get from the game developers or the developers themselves is that it's hard to make games overseas, which what that Dragon Quest guy said. It's hard to make games overseas because of their weird ideology and stuff like that. And so, hence the restriction in the creative freedom, I guess. When trying to adapt publishing IP into games, only characters and world views can be reused. Key gameplay elements are missing. Game sells because their gameplay, not just because of their features or popular characters. Ooh, they actually know. These are all the complaints, I guess. The possible synergy through mutual use of IP assets. There are potential synergy between DE and publishing businesses through sharing IP assets. Both businesses rely on IP, and sharing IP between games and publishing may create more revenue opportunities. However, other sales and cost synergy are unlikely. While the end user may overlap, it's hard to generate revenue synergy, such as a cross-selling, and neither businesses sells directly to consumers. There is little similarity in supply chain with publishing and gaming, so cost synergies are unlikely. Synergies are clearly limited and unlikely to offset value erosions caused by the increase of the cost of capital. Wait, what? Erosion caused by the increase in the cost of capital. Okay. So that's the last one. So we did it. We go through everything. Oh boy, that's a long list. 4 hours, my regular stream hours, I guess. So that's it. That's the list. I'm not pretty sure what you guys think about this, but yeah, there are a few things that are kind of boring. There are a few things that are kind of interesting, and I feel like this is really like a 50-50 thing. Like 50% of the thing I kind of agree, 50% of the thing I kind of disagree as well. And I guess that's just what I think about this. Especially on the parts of global thing, I just feel like Japan should just focus on making games for Japan right now. Just make it back. Just release your game. Stop thinking about what is it appropriate for other country or not and stuff like that. And that's why. But this 3ID partners is just keep pushing, like say you should focus more on that global thing to think about how to sell and stuff like that. From there are those documents and stuff, right? Because they keep comparing it with Capcom and stuff. These two are a very different company with a very different fan base. Capcom has a lot of like overseas fan, while in Japan, I think like titles like Monster Hunters are really well known. But titles like Biohazard, it is well known, but it's more well known for overseas. Meanwhile, in Square Enix, titles like Final Fantasy is well known in overseas, but Dragon Quest is more known in Japan. So there's no way you can actually try to improve the sales of Dragon Quest overseas that much, because it's just fundamentally not really like a overseas thing. It's more like a Japan thing. So it's actually pretty amazing that they managed to sell Dragon Quest III Remake in Japan with millions of copies actually. And I just think that because they cost too much to make, that's why all of this is actually not impressive anymore. They shouldn't have cost that much. Like we are seeing this money that they're making 10 million copy, but this thing costs around like 10 years to develop. This thing probably just around, I don't know, 5 years to develop, I guess. Because they released it in 2024. I don't think they made it in 2019. Maybe they made it in 2020 or something. Maybe even shorter than that, right? Maybe even shorter than that time scope when they created Monster Hunter Wilds. But again, yeah, it got a bit of a performance issue like right now, but overall they did actually still sell 10 million copies despite they only spent around like not 10 years in making the game. I think that's just one of the huge thing with Square Enix right now. They should try to push down the development time. And I think the appropriate time to release Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 3 is 2027. But to be honest, the ideal time I think is like 2026. But that's not like a personal, like I want it to be released that time. I want it, like, that's more like, I feel like if you release the game in early 2024, you actually have a time for like the whole 2024. That's 1 year actually, 2024, and then 2025 another year, and then 2026. That's 3 years to develop the game. So do you really need that long of a time to really develop another game? Like, that's like the early, like what, February? That's when early February, that's when Final Fantasy VII Rebirth came out. And that from they came out, probably they have to polish a bit and stuff like that. So they have like 2 or 3 months just try to, you know, clean up the game. But after that, they can actually start the production on the third game already, because they already know. But from what we know, they already start the production on the third game, even though when the game was released. And then they just know, because they know it's going to be like a trilogy, so they just keep making the third game as well, as the budget and everything has already been confirmed and they already been fixed. So the ideal time of that is like 2020, like 3 years. I would give them 3 years, which means 2024 itself, 2025 and 2027, 2025 and 2026, which means 2026 releasing the game is the best. But this is where I used to cope. Final Fantasy usually just announce a game like 6 months before they release a game. Like if you see a lot of the games like Strangers of Paradise, because I think they're just afraid what happens with Final Fantasy 15, so they started to release game like prior within that year, and that's for what I see mostly. Because when they announced Final Fantasy Strangers of Paradise, and then like after that a few months later, then we got a Final Fantasy Strangers of Paradise, and then like they would have a sort of like an update. Then they would release the game like in a year or so within that month, that year. That's what I realized. But then again, now I think about it, that real announcement, they just announce, then they will have an update, and that update usually is like after a few years. I'm sorry, after a few months. Like I think it's around like 6 or 7 months. Then they will come up with that game, and that's usually what happens. Because like for Star Ocean 6, that's what happens. Because they say, oh, we got this game, and then it's gonna be released in this time, and they just release that in that at a time. So they have like the half year before, they will have this announcement thing that happens. Then half year later, they're gonna release that. Same thing goes with like Final Fantasy 16. Yeah, they did announce the game around like probably early like 2021. They say, oh, we are making this game. They just say that, right? But they didn't show anything, right? But now we know they're making the game. And then they announced that I think that the trailer came out in 2022. That's 1 year before. And then in 2023 we got the game. And that's like around 1 year. They give us like 1 year of a wait time on that. So again, like, you know, like I kind of, maybe I'm just being hopeful with Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 3 that they will just release that like a sort of announcement. Then we know within that 1 year we will actually get the game. So I don't know, man, but that's just how I feel about it. But yeah, nonetheless, you know what, guys, thank you so much for watching. I think that's just what it is around here. Is there anything interesting to watch here? Oh, Dustboard, why is it here? Yeah, I think this is the time when I got my Strangers of Paradise Platinum. This is Final Fantasy X-2 Platinum. This is Final Fantasy VII Platinum. I have all the Platinum time around here, I guess. Most of it. Pocket Edition Platinum moment. I have a lot of Platinum moment back in the day. For penance, I just Zanmato the thing. Well, yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I'm getting a bit distracted there. But yes, so that's just what it is. Holy shit, this is like another one as well. Probably I'm just gonna get a copyright claim sometimes, I guess. I'm gonna stop the music. I'm just gonna call it here. And yeah, well, so that's it. That's the whole thing. I'm not pretty sure what you're thinking about the stuff, but we did finish it, right? So I will see you guys again on tomorrow with Final Fantasy VII. I guess I'm gonna play some of that, and yeah. Until then, I don't know. Drop a like, subscribe. I'll see you guys again on the next video. it's very fun to get through of this list right here. I'll be seeing you guys again tomorrow.